starting to get a little bit closer to the proper start time. I did have a little bit of trouble on the technical side, but it looks like we're ready to go, and we've got our quality options. So we will be jumping into Old World as soon as the game loads. I hope you are all doing well. I did have some sleeping trouble last night, but I was able to get. I basically just napped at lunch. I have to be in the office tomorrow, so I won't have that option. But today, that was an option, and it made all the difference. I realize getting excited about naps makes me sound, a million years old, but it does at least let me start streaming closer to time. So I always want to take a second here and just make sure that we've got the right audio settings. And I'll do a quick summary of where the scenario is and get my usual introductions out of the way. And then we'll jump right into it. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing, number one, whether or not we can pull off what sort of the plan was on last week's episode on Monday. But more importantly, too, it is going to be a bit more war for me, so it is a chance for me to practice something that I'm not very good at in this game yet. And that is, in particular, I would say, for the next scenario, which is going to be, I believe, the Punic Wars. Well, probably just one Punic War. But in this case here, we're up against Rome, and Rome won. So I think the game even gives a warning that things get considerably more difficult. But let's not worry about that until it happens. So just before we go too far in, I wanted to just take a minute here and say that I am playing a copy that was given to me. This specific copy was given to me from Hooded Horse, kind of to coincide with the Steam release for Old World, as well as the release of the DLC Heroes of the Aegean. And I have actually played, you wouldn't tell from my gameplay. I definitely had a longer hiatus from the game, partly driven from the music thing. Not exclusively, but that was a consideration. But the Epic copy actually was given from Mohawk, and I feel a little bad about that because I am not one of these people who has to have something on Steam. I'm quite content with the Epic launcher. However, it was the way that I could play Heroes of the Aegean a little bit earlier, so I am, number one, very grateful to Mohawk for being able to sort of share and be part of the testing group for Old World, but also to Hooded Horse to be able to show a game that I really like in its fancy new form at a time when everybody was maybe a little bit more ready to take a look at it. But with all of that in mind, this is the sort of stuff where it helps to say it up front. It is something you should do if you've received something to do the broadcast. And so in this case here, I'm a big fan of Old World, but you should know I was given a copy for promotional purposes. Now, let me get through the events first, and then we'll talk about sort of what the next few turns are going to be. Sorry, I need a second to... I'm wearing a blanket, but I'm all wrapped up. Okay. The public purse. Now that Oea thrives, its elders wish to do more for the poor. A proposal for welfare provisions in Oea reaches the court, and debate begins. Imposing a grant of money for the hungry would reduce the state's funds, but it would set a powerful precedent. We would be seen as the protector of the people. Now, we have actually read the public purse before, so I'll maybe just do a small entry on this particular one, but I have said in the past that I think one of the things that's really nice about games like this, and one thing I'd like to encourage in people who play these kinds of games, is to actually take the time and get familiar with the history. I think there's a lot of really interesting history that's lying underneath these kinds of games. In particular, for Old World, I think one of the great strengths that this game has compared to Civilization is that it... I'm trying to think of the right way to say this, because again, like sometimes comparisons or like this can kind of seem like you're talking down one game to another. One of the things that I like about the way Old World does things is, of course, it does focus on the individual. So I always like to make the comparison that a game like Civilization, you sort of play the social planner. Essentially, a nation will, automatically pivot to whatever choice that you make. And like, obviously, that's not something that you would consider to be very, quote unquote, realistic. You can't wake up one day as president and sort of declare, okay, no more elections. We're going to institute a more authoritarian regime. That can definitely happen inside of Civilization. But of course, in the real world, there are a number of events. Certainly, there are countries that do that switch, but there's a number of things that happen in between to get states to that level. And essentially, what Civilization does is it sort of hand waves it away and sort of says that sure, these are the mechanisms that are happening, but in the background, I guess in the terms of Civilization, you're sort of, I don't want to say the invisible hand because I know that has other connotations, but essentially you're sort of this, I don't know, zeitgeist, or however you want to think of it in terms of the direction that a civilization goes. And in the case of Old World, you have your character, you have your court, your spouse, your children. A lot of these choices do actually reflect your individual relationships with people who have power. And certainly there are, like when it comes down to the laws, right, you'll choose freedom or slavery, and that will be one choice that you make. But for the most part, events like these developing culture events, a lot of the different events that you'll run into, are very much these sort of individual decisions made by people. And of course, they will have long-term effects on your nation, but they all seem, well, not all, but a lot of them seem to take their their inspiration from real historical events. And the thing that I like about it is that where Civilization will include its history inside the Civilopedia alongside your learning of the units. So if you don't know what a hoplite is and you're looking up the stats for a hoplite, you can look down and see some history about the hoplite. And this is true for a number of other things in Civilization. Where I kind of like what Old World does, and I think in this case this is just a question of you couldn't do this in Civilization because Civilization is sort of occupied by different relationships. But in the case of the little globe that you see beside the title of the event, you can almost see it as, I hate to say this, but like a director's commentary, where it's somebody talking about their inspiration for a particular event. And I think that's a really neat factor. It's one of the reasons why I do want to take the time to read this thing out. But again, I'm maybe just gonna read the top level of the Wikipedia entry for this because if I recall correctly, we have done this one before. And how you doing, Algrins? Okay. So, the public purse. Now that Oea thrives, its elders wish to do more for the poor. A proposal for welfare provisions in Oea reaches the court and debate begins. Imposing a grant of money for the hungry would reduce the state's funds, but it would set a powerful precedent. We would be seen as a protector of the people. So, Cura Annona. Cura the Annona was a term used in ancient Rome to honor their goddess Annona, to describe the import and distribution of grain to the residents of the cities of Rome and, after its foundation, Constantinople. The city of Rome imported all the grain consumed by its population, estimated to number 1 million by the 2nd century AD. An important part of this was the grain dole, or corn dole, a government program which gave out free or subsidized grain, and later bread, to about 200,000 of Rome's adult male citizens. The corn dole was originally an emergency measure to help feed a growing number of indebted and dispossessed citizen farmers. By the end of the Republic, it had become a permanent institution. A regular and predictable supply of grain and the grain dole were part of the Roman leadership's strategy of maintaining civil obedience among a potentially restive urban population by providing them with what the poet Juvenal sarcastically called bread and circuses. In 22 AD, the Emperor Tiberius said that the Cura Annona, if neglected, would be the utter ruin of the state. The most important sources of bread, grain, mostly durum wheat, were Roman Egypt, North Africa, 21st century Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco, and Sicily. The logistics of moving the grain by sea to Rome required many hundreds of ships, some very large, and an extensive system for collecting the grain and distributing it inside Rome itself. Some form of cura annone may have persisted as late as the 6th century for Rome, but far less grain was shipped compared to earlier periods. In Constantinople, a reduced form of it lasted as late as the 7th century. The population of the city of Rome declined precipitously during the last years of the Western Roman Empire. Therefore, no city in Europe would assemble the transportation network required to feed 1 million inhabitants until the 19th century. And there's a number of other, like, it's a fairly substantial article, and honestly, I actually think it's a very interesting one. One thing that I would do, so I've been writing a couple articles that I don't think I'll wind up putting out, but I just kind of want to keep the habit going. What I would normally do in this case would be reading up the article on Annona. The other one that I highly recommend is to take a look down at the oh, sorry, I don't have the screen up anymore. To also take a look at the references. That's one of the ways that you can really benefit from. Okay, well, we'll I guess we'll worry about the. We'll worry about the duel later. A group of talented commoners has been brought before the court to be recognized for their achievements. With a small investment, we may offer one person the chance to be raised to the status of nobility. So for 1,020, we can get a court soldier or a merchant. Now, the merchant is actually an interesting one. I believe that would get us... I think that would get us a fairly decent chunk of change. But given the fact that I am going to want to be hiring some mercenary units, it's probably not the time for me to do that. So I'm going to say we can't afford to pay that much. The price of failure. There is nothing worse than a traitor to Carthage. Some become traitors on the field of battle, but others betray the nation even without facing an enemy in combat. One of our military officers has been caught trying to pass information about the defenses of Carthage to foreign agents. The officer has let down the citizenry he was charged to defend. Worst of all, he failed the elites, the merchant class, the oligarchs who trusted him. Death by crucifixion is the traditional punishment. The battered officer now kneels before the throne in chains, head bowed in silent defeat. He cannot even meet the king's gaze. Let the punishment be carried out. Now this is interesting. We don't even get the option, but +6 legitimacy for upholding a truly terrible form of execution. But apparently it will lead to future events. Family quarrel. Drama consumes the court. Oligarch Yoptan the commander has run away with tyrant dowager Dedima the diplomat, leaving their families behind. Now his wife, Governor Sofonsiba the Younger, demands that we organize an expedition to pursue Dedimia, kill her, and return Yutpan. How shall we respond? Now, there is a lot going on here. Because we have wanted to try and maintain... So I'm actually really happy that this event came up because we were talking about sort of the interpersonal level. We were talking about how these individual decisions by people affected by circumstance and what's expedient at the time. This is a great example of what's going on here, because you can think of a lot of situations where you'd say, well, what's the best option for me long term in terms of a game? And we would want a lot of our rulers to think this way, but there's also very pressing near term considerations, which I'm probably going to be working on in terms of this decision. So first of all, we want to keep good terms with Greece because they are quite strong, and we're also just about to go to war with the Berbers. So I really do not want to be fighting a war on two sides of the map. So we say leave the lovers to their affair. Now that's going to cost me sort of reputation among the Barkids, which is actually my worst, the family that I have sort of the worst relations with. I could say give Self and Seba the younger permission to pursue them. So that would mean that the oligarch for the so this is a huge, this is the sort of thing that you would see inside of like history books as like a major event, because this is the head of the Didonian family. That's it's a huge event. So if I were to give the governor permission to pursue them, I don't lose the reputation among the Barkids. However, I do lose the Didonian head, who, it's cautious opinion, so it's not necessarily bad. But I do believe that, are they a general actually? It doesn't seem like it. And then we could spend money to send troops to bring them back. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to split the difference, and we'll say they can pursue... So it's mostly just because the head of the Didonians doesn't necessarily like me all that much. And so at the minimum, I avoid the cost of the Barkids. Usually, though, in this game, if you... By the way, she's Dowager? No, sorry, that's the governor. I was like... Oh, hang on. But she's the governor of Hadramentum. So these are all my people. You know what? Okay, I do not want to lose two. I do not want to lose two good characters. Sorry, I thought this was somebody who's actually in Greece. So apparently the Tyrant Dowager is now Carthaginian. I really should have been paying attention to that. Olaf, it's wonderful to see you. How are you doing tonight? Yeah, actually, in this case here, so yes, it sucks that I'm losing reputation with the Barkid family. However, it's a one-term. It's sort of like a one-off hit, and we'll just find other ways to keep the Barkids happy. So leave the lovers to their affair. Okay, so we completed a festival in Gades. Now, I'm curious why I did this. I think it was, well, probably to get rid of the unhappiness. Olaf! Thank you very much for even longer subscription, 26 months, according to the notification. And actually, I owe you a thank you. I owe you a lot of thank yous, actually. But Rouge Light Girl came in on Friday and was very grateful for having a subscription that you had gifted. And I know there are many people in the channel that you've given subscriptions for. And you know, if I were to be thanking you proportionate to what you have given to the channel, I would be doing nothing but. But I did want to take a second, particularly because somebody specifically, you know, brought it up, and you know, it was somebody who's been a long-term viewer of the channel. Did want to take a second and acknowledge that, because again, it's never required, but you've really done a lot for the channel, and I appreciate that. Also, I just like seeing my emotes. All right, so I got a couple decisions to make. There are two things that I want to be doing here. One is I do want to get the cities sort of built up and effective. But number two, I also want to have a slightly better military than what I have right now. I sort of feel like every city should be taking advantage of the walls and the and the defenses that come from that. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to start with a stonecutter. Looks like I can actually build 2. Well, no, I can't, because I don't have the time. And you know what? We're going to cancel that one, because if I go for this stonecutter, it actually gives me an expansion to the boundaries. But the other thing that we're going to do is, I believe... Actually, that's an interesting question. Is there a way to see... Yeah, so we do have a wall. So -1 discontent per year if family military is defending. So I want to actually start taking advantage of that. So we're going to put a slinger in the queue as well. So same story with gaddies. Now there's a few things that we can do here. First thing we want to do is actually take care of the worker. So we'll queue that up, and you know what? I'm going to save the walls and everything else for later. All right. Treasury wouldn't be a bad idea, but we do have fishers. Start with the fisher, and then we'll go for the treasury. All right, back to the public purse. So this was the grain dole, so we could say establish a dole in Oea. We could use the money to influence key nobility, or buy food to redistribute to the hungry. Now, this is really tempting to do, but in this case, I'm going to establish the dole for the long term. Yeah, well, I know. I mean, I have a better appreciation for the effort, like or the time difference, because of the Steam streams that I wind up doing. Because of course those developers are based in the UK. I mean, I'd love to do more, but clearly my primary client, for lack of a better term, is based in the UK, and I know they struggle to see the streams, and it's for their game, right? So it's I completely understand the struggle to kind of keep a sane schedule. Okay, there's a lot for me to do. One thing I do want to do is try and push back these barbarians. So we are going to pay for some extra orders. Now let's talk about the game plan here. So there isn't actually... The funny thing here is that I don't have a major driver to go to war with the Berbers or to take them over. I need to have it done by the end of the scenario, 100 turns. But there's no timer on conquering the Berber tribes of Mauritania, which is the event here. It's also worth saying, I can totally phone it in and just go for the bronze victory. But I want to try and go for an epic. If I've spent this much time on it, I want to try and go for the epic. But what is important to me is getting the silver mine, which has 33 years. And given the order system, this is something that can really creep up on you in terms of how much time you really have. So I do have a pretty tough balancing act for the next little while. In one sense, it would make sense to just go to war right away and, try and just take out the enemy quick and set up that silver mine. It doesn't take that long to build a settler, and we can mop up the Berbers as needed. But the fact of the matter is that the areas I'm going to attack first are actually reasonably well defended. So these are 2 ranged units. These are skirmishers, I believe. Yeah, elite skirmisher and skirmisher, and then a marauder. So I think the approach I said I was going to take was to take sort of these 3 first. You can sort of see that I kind of already bought in, because then we just sort of have one line that we're sort of moving to the west. If I wanted to get the silver mine as quickly as possible, we'd probably go from here or here. But I think probably just starting at this point, this would be kind of hard to pass. In fact, one thing I might do is just put a good sort of protected unit, in this area here. The other thing that's going to be quite difficult in terms of taking all this over is that as I take these settlements, I am going to have to leave a unit in place to protect it, to stop it from turning barbarian. And so it's all well and good for me to say that I've got, the numbers to take this camp, but we're ultimately going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The number of units that I'm going to be bringing along, assuming I empty out every settlement that I have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So essentially what I'm saying here is that I'm going to have, if I don't lose anyone, sorry, I forgot these two as well. I guess I'd have 7. Okay, so I've got twice as many units as I'm going to need for taking cities. But again, this is kind of carrying an assumption that I'm not going to lose anyone. And that's not, generally if your assumption on war is that we're not going to lose anyone, you probably haven't planned very well. So we'll see where it goes, right? But that is going to be a worry that I have going in. So idle counselors I can live with for now. I've taken on too much. We've already got the settler on the way. Okay, cool. So I do want to get the war underway pretty quickly, but I don't want to run into it recklessly. Reports of a tribal raid from the Berber outpost near Gades. Gameth the Phoenician has died. Oligarch Marshbal Hippo Regius has died. Oligarch Sophonisba, the younger, is head of the Barkid family. So this is the person who I said I don't care about the affair. Carthalo of Hadramentum has converted to Carthaginian paganism. The court mourns. Today we grieve the death of Gameth the Phoenician, a member of the Carthaginian court. His spirit will be venerated and his deeds will be remembered. He served us well. Okay, Restless Oligarchs. The Oligarchs are a nervous, fearful lot. Even one defeat on the field of battle appears to spook them and shake their nerve. Crucifying failed commanders appeases their offended sensibilities, fulfills their desire to lay blame. Some failed commanders may even warrant the punishment. Still, this time it has not been enough. Something must be done to bring the court back to normal. Selecting one of the oligarchs' recent proposals to set a national priority might help divert attention. So we can go for the Barkid. Now, one implication here is that if we satisfy the Barkid request, they may be a little bit happier with us. So train 2 units of camel archers and 2 units of horse archers. The artisans would like to build a fleet of 6 triremes. And the statements would like 4 libraries and an academy. Now, the funny thing is that if I could do... I think I could do the libraries, but I'm not so sure about the academy. So let's just take a second here and look at the help screen. So that requires... it's a strong culture item. Okay. I mean, it's definitely tempting, given the science that it would give. I would really like to build the triremes, though. I'm gonna try and go for the libraries. It's a really wonderful soundtrack. In fact, again, not to sound too too beholden to Mohawk and Hooded Horse. Although, just to be clear, I think Mohawk is a truly wonderful developer. I also think Hooded Horse is a very interesting publisher, but Hooded Horse I know from its publishing interesting games, or about to publish interesting games. They've certainly been very, they've been very pleasant to work with as far as broadcasting is concerned, in terms of just being able to get keys, being understanding when I don't have the ability to cover certain games. So for instance, I would really like to do Clanfolk, but I just, like, there's 2 other things that I'd like to be doing right now as well. And so, you know, even though I'd like to bump Clanfolk up on the list, like, just has not been the time. So, you know, I'm happy enough to keep doing Old World. I think this is something that people enjoy. But you can kind of see, right? And again, like, it's been very pleasant. They actually, you know, if anything, I probably bug them too much about my inability to cover certain things. But the thing is that I don't want to sort of bend over backwards talking about what great people are just because they make games that I like, because it is possible to be an unpleasant person and make good games or publish good games. But with that in mind, at least as far as the streaming side is concerned, I've been very happy to stream these games, including Terra Invicta. And then on top of that, I do think that they are, you know, they've got what seems to be a very interesting perspective on publishing, and they seem to have been quite successful in terms of, you know, identifying a niche and working very well within that niche. So personally, I think they're a very interesting publisher. But with that in mind, you know, this is the point where I'm like, if you get the full game, I will actually say I do kind of still consider it a shame that I have to turn on the streaming music, because there are some really wonderful Byzantine chants in locked behind the copyright. And Tiberiosity, have a great stream. What are you doing tonight? And I appreciate you lurking, because obviously you've got your own stuff to tend to, and I appreciate that. You may already be gone, but thank you for stopping by and saying hello nonetheless. I hope it's a good one for you. I must see you. I must actually talk in your place at some point. Anyways, I think the first thing I want to do is heal up some of my units. So there's going to be 2 actions that I sort of take. One is going to be moving units in range for the invasion, and then the second is healing. I think we'll actually go steadfast this time. That's kind of a temporary bonus, but definitely going for focus. Now, I do still want to move these units, but it's less important to me now to get all of them in place, like, right away. What I do want to do, though, is get my ship in place. So basically, everybody's going to pour out of Malacca and take the Berbers here. Wow, it's only 600 to hire the skirmisher. So one tricky question I have is, do I want to sort of empty out this location here, or do I want to start sort of diversifying? Because obviously this is going to be the first place that we take. I think I'll finish the work here. So 630 next. Wow, look at that. All right. So now we think about how we're. I do feel a little bad about chopping down all these trees. Because this is, these are the artisans, but honestly, getting to build a library, this is one of the goals, so. Yeah, honestly, at this point, I think I'm just as happy to take the game's recommend. Oh, we can build groves. Nope, let's focus on libraries first. And that's it for the orders, huh? All right, well, choices have consequences. Oh, I should have, yeah. That's going to cost me discontent. King Adrubal the New has tutored Prince Hanno, improving his charisma. Prince Hanno has +1 charisma. Abdosir the Scientist has tutored Prince Hanno, improving his wisdom. Mutambal the Eloquent has died. Oligarch Yutpan the Commander has died. All right, so that was a brief a brief affair. Oligarch Hannah the Younger is now head of the Didonian family. Their opinion of me has gone from pleased to friendly. And unwilling to put effort into anything, Queen Consort Yzbal is slothful. So it definitely seems like I blew the affair. It probably would have been better to... go for... Like, knowing when people were going to die, it would have been better to bring, you know, bring the lovers in. But again, I didn't really plan that out. Composite bow is a very tempting tech to go for. That's going to take me 5 years. The game is recommending Portcullis, probably because of the Spy Master. Portcullis is a vital technology that unlocks the appointment of a Spy Master who can be sent on missions to undermine your enemies through infiltration and assassination. It allows for the construction of moats to further defend your cities with existing walls. Now, I would like to defend myself this way, but it's hard for me to say that locking 5 years in on Portcullis is the most important thing I can be doing right now, because these moats are not going to get built right away. I'm going to be building libraries and such first. Metaphysics is tempting because it's 3 years, so we can convert to state religion, we can do the High Synod. But again, I'm really thinking about... yeah, the tricky question for me is, do I go for the archive or do I go for the composite bow? I think in this case, the composite bow. And Navoel of Takape is general of the spearmen and is too old and is retired from the field. Okay, so this feels like a little bit of a weak unit to assign such a good commander to. But there you have it. Okay, there's a lot of exclamation marks, so... I'll distribute the tutoring. That kind of killed my treasury, though, so no new units for me this turn. Inspired by nature, Prince Hanno has been sneaking off into the wild after class each day, growing ever more inspired by nature. What advice should we give to this budding naturalist? So you can say there are many other mysteries to see in the world. Now, one thing I do kind of want to be clear about, and I'm 50-50 in terms of how I feel about this. So when you take a look at the exploring status, it says, no longer a philosophy student, cannot marry, cannot have children, cannot be governor general or on the council, and can only be part of exploring events. So I feel that this line down below says, you know, exploring characters will experience unique events while discovering the world around them. The thing is that when I first saw this, I was definitely worried that I would basically be losing my kid. Which, I suppose in a sense, like, that is kind of... I don't know if this is intentional or not, but it is kind of funny to think. It's like, yeah, well, you know, that's kind of how parents sort of think about their kids sort of going off, you know, on a mysterious journey of discovery. But I've always undervalued there are many other mysteries to see in the world because I'm not sure what the benefit is. And it just gives you a big list of things that you lose. So even though I know there's that warning down, or that like green text below, which says there are good things you can get from this, you know, there's kind of tangible benefits you can see here. And so I tend to go for them, which I'm probably going to do that here. So we do know that traditionally my ruler, I put in the capital. So farms and groves plus 50% output. I guess it would only be farms that I worry about here. And then naturalist, actually arguably that's even better. Yeah. Oak, myrrh, juniper, cedar, is it acacia? Fig, date palm, know them well. I'm carnal. I forgot. Oh, I guess I'm wanted. During a royal feast, you share an enchanting conversation with one of your minor courtiers. The wine flows freely. As the two of you talk late into the night, the revelry comes to a close, but your companion lingers on as the rest of the guests depart. Let us see where the night takes us. It was such a vigorous evening that I wake up wiser, courageous, or more disciplined. Well, I'm definitely not more disciplined. You know, probably getting rid of the loss of... Actually, the loss of discipline is better because it has a monetary benefit. Okay, I do want to focus on my workers first. So... It's recommending a garrison. Garrison gets me orders, so I don't oppose... Actually, nope, sorry. Fish. Wow, we built that library fast. Okay. Let's go for the Grove. It's really hard to turn down a quarry. Wow. Those Greeks are looking pretty aggressive. And they want to get a ship in this area just so I can transport people. Well, I mean, I'm kind of done for if they decide to invade there. Okay. Something tells me we're not going to be doing a lot of work with the soldiers this round. Okay, this is good, so... We're gonna put them to sleep there. We also have the option of upgrading a bunch of these units. That's going to be costly, but I think worth it in the long run. Okay, so we built an apprentice officer. I think I'm going to start with a treasury. Then we'll take the woodcutter. Regius, let's say... Well, Hippo Regius doesn't have a... sort of a defensive unit. Oh! But we don't have the stone for it, so we will go for... Wait. I think the Fisher makes... Well, Fisher's kind of expensive. But it gets me a bunch of money. Or does it? Yeah, no, we're going to go for the Fisher. Okay. Not really sure a woodcutter is the thing I need right now. I probably need stonecutters more than anything else, but... Actually, let's go for the poet. Okay, and I keep forgetting to do this, so let's pay up for some orders, and we're gonna whack the barbarians a bit more. There is a... There was a warning of a Berber raid coming in as well. I'm assuming it's somewhere here, but... Commerce studies. Now that Duchess Romand has completed her study of commerce, how shall she contribute to the court? She can become a schemer, which will lose courage but gain a bunch of wisdom, or orator, which will gain charisma at the cost of discipline. So I think in this case, I will go for a schemer. Okay, so I'm not quite ready to do anything with this settler yet. I will move them, but it's not the most... I should be very, very worried by this. Try a trade mission and see if we can improve the relations. Okay, so we've got pearls, so that'll bring the Didonian sun side. Obviously I want something to make the Barkid happy with me. I might actually use the Queen Consort for that, but... So this is in preparation for... defending the city. Okay, let's see if there's any workers who are idle. Well, that's encouraging. Anything that can get me money is ideal right now. Okay. So the next step is going to be moving people in place and also upgrading. Should take a second to see the difference between axemen and spearmen. So zone of control, fortify, anti-mounted, pierce. It's 2, 5, and 4. Okay, so stats-wise, they're basically the same. Count as anti-polearm and cleave. I think Axeman is probably the one I want to prioritize a little bit more, given the anti-polearm. That's it for orders. Oh, and there's a worker that I wasn't paying attention to. Alright, well, there's actually another thing I want to do anyway. What? Okay, we gotta skip them for now. Okay, Carthage. Same story here. We're gonna build a slinger to kind of keep those defenses up. So under normal circumstances, I would have built a slinger, but we're out of the goods now. So let's go for. I mean, there is a temptation to build a bireme, but let's do a festival. Carthalo of Hadramentum has died, and Duchess Romand, your sister, has converted to Carthaginian paganism. Centers of learning. The Carthaginian pagan community of Hippo Regius has been coming together at the local library, examining ancient works and discussing them in light of their teachings. The library is becoming an important center of learning for the Carthaginian paganism and Hippo Regius as a whole. So, strong culture. So you could say they should continue to discuss and learn. This will give us a philosopher. They should hold public seminars, which will boost our culture, or Igligli could use some of that wisdom. I think I'm going to go for the philosopher. Babylon falls. Every ship docking at the harbor of Carthage tells the same tale. The ancient city of Babylon has been taken by Cyrus II of Persia, and without a drop of blood. King Nabonidus of Babylonia, a moon god worshipper, has lost the trust of his people by dishonoring their sun god Marduk. Cyrus claimed to be a champion of Marduk, so the great city simply opened the gates while their own king was away elsewhere worshipping his moon god. What a difference even one weak king can make in the life of an empire. Only a few decades ago, Babylon took down Assyria and weakened Egypt. Now Persia has swallowed Babylon in but the blink of an eye. The clans are in shock. The oligarchs babble fearfully, wondering how long it could be before the Persians move west to conquer the Greeks. If Greece should fall to them too, Carthage would surely be next in line. The whole world feels like it is turned upside down. Our elders yet remember when Babylonians ended Tyre's mercantile supremacy, and only to fall so suddenly. Now, let's just take a quick second here, because I want to read this one as well. And if you can just give me a second, I want to readjust my blanket. All right. The fall of Babylon denotes the end of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, so named because of its fondness for the Matrix, after it was conquered by the Achaemenid Empire in 539 BCE. How are you doing, Victor? It's very good to see you, and thank you for the... Well, I'm sure there's probably more than one retweet or like and all of that, but I did just see a note indicating a retweet, so thank you for that. Historians also use the term liberation of Babylonia interchangeably. Nabonidus, son of the Assyrian priestess oh, actually, this is interesting. So it says here, Nabonidus, son of the Assyrian priestess Adagupi, came to the throne in 556 BCE after overthrowing the young king Labashi Marduk. For long periods, he entrusted rule to his son. Sorry, let me just... bring that up for chat. You're sleepy today? I was actually starting to get a little bit better at getting my sleep in, but sorry you're feeling a bit tired. Hopefully I can lull you off to sleep with the reading. For long periods, he entrusted rule to his son, Prince and co-regent Belshazzar, who was a capable soldier but a poor politician. All of this left him somewhat unpopular with many of his subjects, particularly the priesthood and the military class. To the east, the Achaemenid Empire had been growing in strength. In October 539 BCE, Cyrus the Great entered Babylonia in peace without being engaged in any battle. Babylonia was thereafter incorporated into the Persian Achaemenid realm as a satrapy, as Cyrus vowed in his cylinder to respect the people of Babylon, and since he liberated the incarcerated Jews to be returned to their homeland, he was viewed as the legitimate successor of the ancient Babylonian kings and became popular in Babylon itself, in contrast to And again, it says Nabunayad, so I'm going to try to repeat it. And the last few Forbidden Path puzzles are kicking. Oh yeah, man, I don't even think I'm in the last batch yet. It's such a good game though. You've really taken to Last Call BBS, it sounds like. Conditions. A number of factors arose which would ultimately lead to the fall of Babylon. The population of Babylonia became restive and increasingly disaffected under Nabunayad. The Marduk priesthood hated Nabunayad because of his suppression of Marduk's cult and his elevation of the cult of the moon god Sin. He excited a strong feeling against himself by attempting to centralize the religion of Babylonia in the temple of Marduk at Babylon, and thus alienated the local priesthoods. The military party also despised him on account of his antiquarian tastes. He seems to have left the defense of his kingdom to Balthazar, a capable soldier but a poor diplomat who alienated the political elite, while occupying himself with more congenial work, like excavating foundation records of the temples and determining the dates of their builders. He also spent time outside of Babylonia, rebuilding temples in the Assyrian city of Haran, and also among his Arab subjects in the deserts of the south of Mesopotamia. I'm just going to say Nabonidus, and Balthazar's Assyrian heritage is also likely to have added to this resentment. In addition, Mesopotamian military might had unusually been concentrated in the martial state of Assyria. Babylonia had always had been more vulnerable to conquest and invasion than its northern neighbor, and without the might of Assyria to keep foreign powers in check, Babylonia was ultimately exposed. Yeah, I've only got like one puzzle down on Chip Wizard. But I also kind of want to wrap up TIS 100 and like work my way up through the games. We'll see. Preparations. It was the 6th year of Nabonidus that Cyrus the Great, the Achaemenid Persian king of Anshan in Elam, revolted against his Shurazan Astyages, the king of Manda or Medes at Ecbatana. Astyages' armies betrayed him to his enemy, and Cyrus established himself at Ecbatana, thus putting an end to the massive Median Empire and making the Persian faction dominant among the Iranic peoples. 3 years later, Cyrus had become king of all Persia and was engaged in a campaign to put down a revolt among the Assyrians. Meanwhile, Nabonidus had established a camp in the desert of his colony of Arabia, near the southern frontier of his kingdom, leaving his son Balthazar in command of the army. Invasion. In 539 BCE, Cyrus invaded Babylonia. Historical reconstruction of the fall of Babylon to Persia had been problematic due to the inconsistencies between the various source documents. Both the Babylonian Chronicles and the Cyrus Cylinder describe Babylon being taken without battle, whereas the Greek historians Herodotus and Xenophon report that the city was besieged. The biblical book of Daniel notes that the king was killed. According to Xenophon, Belshazzar was killed in this conflict, but his account is not widely accepted. Nabonidus surrendered and was deported. Gaitan guards were placed at the gates at the great temple of Bel, where the services continued without interruption, so there was no bell end. Cyrus did not arrive until 28 to 29 October, with Gobryas having acted for him in his absence. Gobryas was then made governor of the provinces of Babylon. Babylon, like Assyria, became a colony of the Achaemenid Persia in 539 BCE. This is not the easiest thing to read as far as the specialized names. Absorption. The Neo-Babylonian Empire had pursued a policy of population transfer, but one of the first acts of Cyrus was to allow these exiles to return to their own homes, carrying with them the images of their gods and their sacred vessels. Permission to do so was embodied in a proclamation, whereby the conqueror endeavored to justify his claim to the Babylonian throne. According to the biblical account, Cyrus sent the Jewish exiles back to Israel from the Babylonian captivity. Although the Jews never rebelled against the Persian occupation, they were restive under the period of Darius I consolidating his rule, and under Artaxerxes I without taking up arms or reprisals being exacted from the Persian government. Among Babylonians, feelings were still strong that none had a right to rule over Western Asia until he had been consecrated by the office of Bel and his priests, and accordingly Cyrus henceforth assumed the imperial title of King of Babylon. Cyrus claimed to be the legitimate successor of the ancient Babylonian kings and the avenger of Bel-Marduk, and portrayed himself as the savior chosen by Marduk to restore order and justice. Cyrus was assumed by the Marduk priesthood to be wrathful at the impiety of Nabonidus, who had moved the images of the local gods from their ancestral shrines to his former capital, Babylon. A year before Cyrus's death in 529 BCE, he elevated his son Cambyses II in government, making him king of Babylon, while he reserved for himself the fuller title king of the other provinces of the empire. It was only when Darius I acquired the Persian throne and ruled it as a representative of the Zoroastrian religion that the old tradition was broken and the claim of Babylon to confer legitimacy on the rulers of Western Asia ceased to be acknowledged. Immediately after Darius seized Persia, Babylonia briefly recovered its independence under a native ruler, Nidintabel, who took the name Nebuchadnezzar III. He purportedly reigned from October to December 521 BCE when the Persians took it by storm, while during this period Assyria to the north also rebelled. A year later, in 521 BCE, Babylon again revolted and declared independence under the Armenian king Arakha, who took the name Nebuchadnezzar IV. On this occasion, after its capture by the Persians, the walls were partly destroyed. Asaglia, the great temple of Bel, however, still continued to be maintained and was a center of Babylonian patriotism. Partition of Babylon. The Macedonian king Alexander the Great conquered Babylon in 331 BC and died there in 323 BCE. After a decade of wars between Alexander's former generals, Babylonia and Assyria were absorbed into the Macedonian Seleucid Empire. It has long been maintained that the foundation of Seleucia diverted the population to the new capital of Babylonia, and that the ruins of the old city became a quarry for the builders of the new seat of government. The recent publication of the Babylonian Chronicles in the Hellenistic period has shown that urban life was still very much the same well into the Parthian age, 150 BCE to 226 CE. The Parthian king Mithridates conquered the region into the Arsacid Empire in 150 BC, and the region became something of a battleground between Greeks and Parthians. Okay, I'm going to finish the historiography, although I realize that's of a little bit more limited interest to the general audience, but I am going to put the kettle on because I need to get some more tea, and I have been reading a lot, so I'm just going to be back in a quick second. I won't run ads or anything like that. See you in a little bit. I'm sorry, I didn't turn on the display. There we go. All right, I'm going to need to pour some tea after this, but I should be done in time for the kettle to boil. The cuneiform text, the Chronicle of Nabonidus, the Cyrus cylinder, and the so-called verse account of Nabonidus were written after the Persian victory. They portray Nabonidus negatively and present Cyrus as the liberator of Babylon, the defender of Babylonian gods, and consequently as the legitimate successor to the Babylonian throne. Modern scholarship recognizes the Cyrus cylinder as a propaganda tablet designed to manipulate the public against Nabonidus and legitimize Cyrus' conquest of Babylon. Regarding its claim that Babylon fell to the Persians without opposition, Bryant writes, "It appears prima facie that unlikely that Babylon would have fallen without resistance," and Pytar Mikulowski notes, "There's no contemporary evidence to support this suspicious claim." Similarly, the Navinidis Chronicle is a rework of history from the Persian court purporting to be a text from Nabonidus. Its first part relates events that can be verified from other sources. However, the latter part, particularly when dealing with the 17th year of Nabonidus, is especially flattering of Cyrus, with the people of Babylon welcoming him by spreading green twigs before him. Gauthur Tolini has proposed a plausible reconstruction of how Babylon fell. A receipt for construction work on the Enlil Gate demonstrates that there was a forced entry into Babylon. Totally. That is a fantastic. Somebody's invoice is the key to that has apparently survived is the key to determining whether or not there was forced entry. Sorry, I really like that touch. Tolini proposes that actually, the other thing I would mention, a lot of documents that we have actually come to us from basically garbage dumps, because of course, all the places where we put all of our books to preserve them wound up, burned, or somebody didn't like what was inside of those libraries, and so that was a really easy place to find them. But some of the seemingly lost texts are ones where, people threw them out with the trash, and some part was preserved. I mean, that's a bit of an overstatement. There are other cases where we've gotten fragments, but I always found it kind of funny that the centralized location of a lot of books didn't necessarily guarantee their transmission over time. But stuff that people thought was worth throwing out wound up being preserved. All right, the kettle's boiling a little earlier than I thought, so I'm going to be back in another second. Okay, I am focused again. All right, back to the IOU for one gate. A receipt for reconstruction work on the Enlil Gate demonstrates that there was forced entry into Babylon. Tolini proposes that a portion of the Persian army, under the command of General Ugbaru, penetrated the Enlil Gate on the west side of the Euphrates, then crossed the river to take the eastern districts of Babylon. This may be the source of the story by Herodotus that the Persian army, having diverted the Euphrates, entered Babylon along the riverbed. The surprise capture of Babylon is consistent with the story recorded in Daniel Book 5, or Chapter 5. Sorry, not Book 5. The timing of the attack may have contributed to the success of Ugbaru's strategy. Herodotus, Xenophon, and Daniel 5 all record that Babylon was in the midst of a festival on the night it was taken. The Babylonian Chronicle records that Babylon was captured on the 16th Tesritu. I know once we get to those markers, all bets are off. All right. Which is the night before the Akitu festival in honor of Sin, the moon god. The Cyropaedia, a partly fictional biography of Cyrus the Great, which may contain a historical core, contains content as described by Xenophon, who had been in Persia as one of the 10,000 Greek soldiers who fought on the losing side in a Persian civil war, events which he recounted in in his Anabasis. It is also possible that stories about Cyrus were told and embellished by Persian court society, and that these are the basis of Xenophon's text. Herodotus, although writing long after the events, had traveled in Mesopotamia and spoken to Babylonians. In Cyropaedia, 7520-33, Xenophon, in agreement with Herodotus, says that the Achaemenid army entered the city via the channel of the Euphrates River, the river having been diverted into trenches that Cyrus had dug for the invasion, and that the city was unprepared because of a great festival that was being observed. Cyropaedia, 7526-35, describes the capture of Babylon by Gobryas, who led a detachment of men to the capital and killed the king of Babylon. In 7525, Gobryas remarks that this night the whole city is given over to revelry, including to some extent the guards. Those who opposed the forces under Gobryas were struck down, including those outside the banquet hall. The capture of the city and the slaying of the son of the king, 463, is described in Cyropaedia 7526-30 as follows. Thereupon they entered, and those they met were struck down and slain, and others fled into their houses, and some raised the hue and cry, but Gobryas and his friends covered the cry with their shouts, as though they were revelers themselves. And thus, making their way by the quickest route, they soon found themselves before the king's palace. Here the detachment under Gobryas and Gadates found the gates closed, but the men appointed to attack the guards rushed on them as they lay drinking around a blazing fire, and closed with them then and there. As the din grew louder and louder, those within became aware of the tumult, till, the king bidding them to see what it meant, some of them opened the gates and ran out. Gadates and his men, seeing the gates swing wide, darted in, hard on the heels of the others who fled back again, and they chased them at the sword's point into the presence of the king. They found him on his feet, with a drawn scimitar in his hand. By sheer weight of numbers they overwhelmed him, but not one of his retinue escaped. They were all cut down, some flying, others snatching up anything to serve as a shield and defending themselves as best as they could. Both Xenophon and Daniel 5 describe the demise of Balthasar on the night the city was taken. Xenophon, Herodotus, and Daniel agreed that the city was taken by surprise at the time of a festival, and with some, but apparently not much, loss of life. Cyropedia 463 states that a father and son were both reigning over Babylon when the city fell, and that the younger ruler was killed. A new system of government was put in place, and the Persian multinational state was developed. This system of government reached its peak after the conquest of Egypt by Cambyses II during the reign of Darius I, thereby receiving its ideological foundation in the inscription of the Persian kings. The Hebrew Bible, the book of Isaiah, the conquest of Jerusalem by the Neo-Babylonian Empire, and the exile of its elite in 586 BCE ushered in the next stage of the formation of the book of Isaiah. Deutero-Isaiah addresses himself to the Israelites in exile, offering them hope of return. Deutero-Isaiah's predictions of the imminent fall of Babylon and his glorification of Cyrus as the deliverer of Israel date his prophecies to 550 to 539 BCE, and probably towards the end of this period. Book of Daniel. The Book of Daniel, 2nd century BCE, chapter 5, relates the final night of Balthasar just before the Persian invasion. In the story, Balthasar holds a feast during which Belshazzar intends his guests to drink from the temple treasuries from Jerusalem, or praising Babylonian gods. He then sees a hand writing on the palace wall. Daniel is called to interpret the writing after Belshazzar's wise men are unable. Belshazzar is killed, and Darius the Mede, is a figure not known to history, becomes king. Incidentally, one thing I'll just mention, the conflict of the gods, the sun god and moon god, this is actually handled in one of Kit Fox's earlier games quite well, Moon Hunters. Unfortunately, the multiplayer either is no longer working or will stop working in future because of changes that Unity has made to some tech that I think at the time they were really really enthusiastic and encouraging developers to use, and then they're not supporting anymore. Certainly not the first and probably not the last time Unity does that, but in any case, I think it's a neat one. I really do love obviously I'm interested in classics, and I think I do kind of come by a lot of the Greek and Roman stuff honestly. Like, I remember reading Metamorphoses and that definitely unlocking something in me. But I do think, like, even despite the fact that I sort of know where my core interests lie, I think there is something really interesting in Moon Hunters in particularly, but basically in any game that will take up some of these lesser known mythologies and do interesting things with it. Because obviously there's more, like, world culture is a very large and interesting subject, and we are very well exposed to one narrow part of it, because like, if nothing else, the United States alone is very, very good at exporting its culture. And, of course, it's building on its own heritage. And, of course, that's going to be, going through Britain. And, of course, Shakespeare, you see references to a lot of ancient works, Milton. You just keep going back. And we're, I don't think it's definitely hard to find people who don't have at least some passing familiarity with sort of Greek gods. But again, it's definitely not the only one. And so it's neat when you see some of this stuff being presented in a new and potentially more sort of user-friendly form. So in addition to Moon Hunters, actually, the Glorantha setting So that would be King of Dragon Pass and 6 Ages, I think. Ride Like the Wind. Those are 2 games that I think are sort of following in a similar vein. Anyways, what do we do about the fall of Babylon? So we can say pressing forward with our own plan is the best way to ward off threats that will cause the families to freak out. We can raise a militia to bolster our defenses and the fragile hearts of the merchants. So that's 250 food. Or for 1,090, we can get an axeman. Now that economically does not make sense because I can buy tribal units, which we need from the Berbers. So in this case, we'll raise a militia. I'm definitely willing to give up food. And we're, I mean, if anything, we can sort of help, they'll be able to help fend off, my God. Not looking good. Okay, let's get some workers done here. So it wants me to build a theater. Sorry, before I do that. So libraries are definitely priority number 1. We just got rid of the barbarians at the gates. All right. I'm going to go for the dies because of the money. Okay, next up, let's buy up some units. Now, I guess the thing that I want to get the first would be the melee unit. So we'll hire the Marauder here. I'm going to get an upgrade in as well. Again, we're going to go to Axeman in these cases because I want the... I want something that's able to go after the Greek units if I have to. I can't remember if there's an adjacency bonus for... Nope. Okay, so I'm gonna put the elites up here. It's a start. Okay, I'm probably, yeah, it's a tough call. The thing is that cheap units, like right now I can get new Marauders every 2 turns basically, and as soon as I start the war, I lose that ability. So I want to be really certain about when I kick this thing off. Okay, so I don't have enough stone for a slinger, but apparently I do have enough for a treasury, so I'll take that. And we will carry on. And the barbarians are, those barbarians are Greeks. You are now known as Hadribal the Mason. Reports of a tribal raid from a Numidian outpost near Malacca. Abosdir the scientist has tutored Prince Hanno, improving his wisdom. Prince Hanno's gained 1 wisdom. King Hasdrubal the Mason has tutored Duchess Zromond, improving her charisma. And my wife has given birth to a son, Duke Badestart. Okay. I have a feeling I probably am going to have to start the war against the Berbers early because I'm going to spend a bunch of money on tutors. We'll see, but you've been invited to Carolus to participate in its grand celebration, honoring the goddess of the hunt. Riders will race along a treacherous pass in the dark of night, passing torches. This is the city's first such competition, and they would like you to attend as the guest of honor. Review the riders and their steeds, and place your wager. Bendis. Bendis was a Thracian goddess associated with hunting and the moon. Goddess worship seems to have been introduced into Attica around 430 BC. Some writers identified Bendis in Attica with the goddess Artemis, but the temple of Bendis at Piraeus, which was near the temple of Artemis, clearly display the two goddesses were distinct. Display that the two goddesses were distinct. She was a huntress like Artemis, but was often accompanied by dancing satyrs and Maenads. Right. I still don't remember how to pronounce it though. Maenads? Anyways, as represented on a 5th century red figure stemless cup at Verona. The Greeks wrote of Bendis as one of the 7 daughters of Zeus who were turned into swans who would later reappear in human forms, driving a golden carriage and teaching crowds. Because the Dacians observed the lunar calendar, many stories of their past are related to the sky and stars. After the Second War with the Romans, the solar calendar came to be used instead. By a decree of the Oracle of Dodona, which required the Athenians to grant land for a shrine or temple, her cult was introduced into Attica by immigrant Thracian residents. And though Thracian and Athenian processions remained separate, both cult and festival became so popular that in Plato's time, circa 429 to 413 BC, its festivities were naturalized as an official ceremonial of the city-state called the Bendidea. Among the events were nighttime torch races on horseback, mentioned in Plato's Republic 328. You haven't heard that there is to be a torchlight race this evening on horseback in honor of the goddess? On horseback, said I. That is a new idea. Will they carry torches and pass them along to one another as they race with the horses? Or how do you mean? That's the way of it, said Polemarchus. And besides, there is to be a night festival, which will be worth seeing. In Piraeus, there was a temple of the goddess, which was called Bendideon. A red figure, Skyphos, now at Tübingen University, circa 440 to 430, seems to commemorate the arrival of the newly authorized cult. It shows Themis, representing traditional Athenian customs, and a booted and cloaked Bendis, who wears a Thracian foxskin cap. A small marble votive stele of Bendis, circa 400 to 375 BC, found at Piraeus, pictured left, shows the goddess and her worshippers in bas-relief. The image shows that the Thracian goddess has been strongly influenced by Athenian conceptions of Artemis. Bendis wears a short chiton like Artemis, but with an Asiatic snug-sleeved undergarment. She is wrapped in an animal skin like Artemis and has a spear, but has a hooded Thracian mantle fastened with a brooch. She wears high boots. In the 4th century BC terracotta figurine, pictured right, she is similarly attired and once carried a wooden spear. Elsewhere in Greece, the cult of Bendis did not catch on. Just as in all other respects, the Athenians continue to be hospitable to things foreign, and so in their worship of the gods, for they welcomed so many of the foreign rites that they were ridiculed for it by comic writers, and among these were the Thracian and Frisian rites. Strabo Geography, 1st century AD. The Frisian rites Strabo mentioned referred to the cult of Cybele that was also welcomed into Athens in the 5th century. Related deities. The Athenians may have blended the cult of Bendis with the equally dynastic Thracian revels of Codus, mentioned by Aeschylus and other ancient writers. Archaic female cult figures unearthed in Thrace, modern-day Bulgaria, have also been identified with Bendis. Vendita Peak on Trinity Peninsula in Antarctica is named after the goddess. So we are a question, but so we have Sabat on Thunderhead, Puzarashter on Phoenix, Ildash on Frogface, so 180 to do so. Hazurbal on Champion requires that I be an equestrian, and it gains some charisma, or I do not wish to wager. Bet on myself. Champion, you cross the finish line on your victorious steed. Champion, the cheers of the careless crowds. No one will forget this race, not for many generations. You return to the capital with your legend fixed in the minds of the people. My ride was blessed, so minus 30 discontent in Carolus and enough money to buy mercenaries. While on an inspection tour of new workboats in Igligli, Prince Hanno is befriended by a lower-ranking Barkid elder who has been fishing these waters for decades. Let fishermen teach Prince Hanno how to manage a fishing operation, or put the fishermen in charge of training fisher specialists in Igligli. So we can set fisher... Yeah, we'll go for education. Public Scrolls. The new library in the Balearic Islands stands ready to welcome everyone who wishes to learn. In time, it could become one of the finest places of learning in all of Carthage. Your own reputation as a refined scholar precedes you, and the library will be all the more prestigious if you allow a few works from your own collection to be moved there. What should we make available to the people of the Balearic Islands? As I could say, the work of our playwrights are inspiring for culture. Scrolls that describe the motions of the stars and planets belong in this library, or accounts of past wars and battles fought can teach about the fights to come. I think we're going to go for more science. There we go. Oof. A letter arrives from Prince Hanno describing his classes, hours spent learning, stimulating debates among peers and tutors, with a night spent exploring the heavens. At the end of the letter, a postscript reads, "If you could spare the money, I would like to buy some tools for the more advanced aspects of my studies." Shall we indulge this request? Now, it would be great if they were to become educated, but 1090 is really expensive right now. So I'll say we cannot spare the money. I feel bad about it, but... Clemency. Governor Zoer of Carolus, governor of Hipporegius, has plans to execute an individual that she claims is leading local rebellions. However, many in Hipporegius believe this man to be innocent, and that Governor Zohar of Carolus sees him as a rival. The accused supporters have asked us to intervene on his behalf. We have the power to override the order of execution, but it would certainly offend the city's leadership. Political rivals should not be silenced. That's going to cost me... Nope, we're going to do what's right here. Or we could negotiate political exile, but no, in this case, we are going to take the hit. Okay, looks like we have a freebie. So I will take a free African elephant, particularly if we need to go up against the Greeks. Okay, so it's recommending a hamlet here. The Citadel and the Academy are both tempting. The Academy is my current objective, though, so we're going to build one of those. I probably won't be able to build any other meaningful buildings right now. They work for peanuts? Yeah, so let's get another quarry down. God, so many workers. So they want me to build a mine here. I'll confess I'm a little surprised by that. I might skip this turn because I honestly don't see the value in a mine here. Actually, there is one thing I can do. That cost me a lot of actions, but... Okay, this is also recommending a hamlet. kind of think the quarry makes a bit more sense, though. Actually, I think I see the logic. You build the hamlet, and then you get the extra tiles. I'm still building the quarry. Okay, so that's the workers taken care of. I am going to pay up for additional orders. This interests me. Well, yeah, I'm still going to be able to get by with a little bit more. I am going to sell a bunch of food, but for now, I think I can get by. Okay. Well, I can start building archers. I'm gonna go for the stonecutter. It's not just because I need the. It's actually not just because I need the stone. Stonecutter's good for getting other advantages. Okay, so I don't know if the war is gonna start next turn, but we will have some money to buy up some more units. And like I said, when the war is about to start, I'm gonna sell out a bunch of food to. All right, we knew that was coming. Ambassador Carle is converted to Carthaginian paganism. Anbar has converted to Carthaginian paganism. Trade mission. Our Ambassador Carle completed his mission to establish a trade network with Greece. The Greeks are willing to trade, but the terms are not generous. Requires that Greece is cautious, so we can trade stone for civics, trade stone for additional training. Let us trade training for wood. For now, we prefer not to trade. Go training for wood. I want to try and secure something to get positive relations. We'll see whether or not the trade actually accomplished any of that. Okay, yeah, so we do get a bonus for relations because of the trade deal. Cool. I do like the idea of a theater. I also like the idea of a garrison. I'm going to focus on the other workers first to see, yeah, we can build a library. Okay, garrison gets me orders, so we are gonna. Oh nope, we're out of stone. All right. So now let's see what we can buy up units wise. These elite marauders are actually pretty tempting to. Ooh, okay, nope, they're expensive. That changes everything. So the big question here is, will 17 orders really... I'm a little worried that we won't have enough orders to pull this off, but I think I have a plan. Court awaits your command. Shall we declare war on the Berbers? Proceed with preparations. Carthage is now at war with the Berbers. Okay, sorry, I screwed something up. You only YOLO twice. So yeah, the plan was to get the Axemen in a position where they can actually take advantage of the cleave. So I'm going to try and be a little bit better at taking advantage of some of the special abilities of my different units this time. I'll show you what I mean in a moment. Actually, I guess I didn't need to reload. I could have just used the undo button. Anyways, neither here nor there. So the idea here is the cleave should be taking, damaging the two, but... So we can poke him here, then we cleave. It's not quite enough to finish the job, so let's go... Well, that's a darn shame. I actually didn't want them to crit. So this should rout, which then lets me follow up with these guys. Not enough. Crumbling prison stands in the Berber settlement. Scores of soldiers and citizens from Carthage have been languishing here for years, most believed dead by their loved ones. Their release calls for celebration. Let them return to their families or arm them and put them at the front. So it'd be great to have another axeman, but I do not want the discontent, so we'll add another citizen. That still doesn't quite work for me, actually. Actually, you know what? It doesn't matter. It's not gonna... None of these are gonna quite do what I want them to. This seems a little ridiculous for me to focus on my scout right now, but I do want to put them in a place where they're not attacked. That zone of control really sinks me with these guys. So I don't have high hopes for this unit surviving, but I'm not them, so I'm not worried. Okay. I'm actually willing to pay up to get people in the fight. At 807, though, I'm not willing to pay that much. Okay, so we don't... Oh, actually, sorry, we can build an archer. So let's see what the response from the Berbers is going to be. Presumably brutal. You're now known as Hadribal the Learned. Greece has begun construction of the Hanging Gardens. Oligarch Balhano the Younger has died. Oligarch Zohar of Keralis is now head of the Maganid family. Scared to take any risks or even make mistakes, Duchess Romand, your sister, third in line, has become timid and more confident than ever in the face of danger. Prince Hanno has gained courage. Okay, so game is recommending Portcullis again. There is an argument in this case to follow the game's recommendation. The only other thing I would consider would be metaphysics, because we are behind on that, but that gets me cartography. So trireme, I mean, we are a naval power, so it wouldn't hurt, but I do think its recommendation of Portcullis makes sense in this case. So we're at war, so my priorities have now switched to the combat units. So one of the big challenges is going to be working in this little area, because we don't actually have that much access, I'm sure you'll notice. But the good news is we hit like a truck. So we're going to need to march some people if I want to make big progress, but I'm not opposed to marching people, but I did already spend a lot of yeah, not worth it. This is definitely a unit I want. Okay. So yeah, we've got a bit of finessing to worry about, but again, the really good news is that we can get started on a silver mine sooner than I was expected. This is gonna suck in terms of defense. One thing I may want to do is redirect these axemen to deal with these units. But again, we've only got so many orders. And I am, in this case, going to be a little more reactive than I would normally want to be. So, Carthage. I built my slinger right around the time that I could build something better. There's a lot of tempting options here. Let's go, let's take advantage of the... Let's go for a miner first, then upgrade the scribes. So they finished their slinger. We don't have any citizens, but the walls are the thing that make this make sense. Philosophy studies. Now that Prince Hanno has completed his study of philosophy, how shall he contribute to the court? What role best suits him? Either a zealot or a judge. I pretty much always go judge, so. All right. Let's see the consequences for my choices. Oh, that's really cool. Although I don't think I'm familiar with Planet Crafter. Have you wrapped up already, or are you just stopping in during a break? Cool. You are now known as Hasdrubal the Keystone. You've completed the goal, build 4 libraries and an academy. The necropolis is completed by Carthage, and my wife has given birth to a son, Duke Armalic, which I believe gives me a new person in the pole position for succession. As desired by the Didonian family, we have invested heavily into institutions of higher learning. So, I mean, again, it would have been nice to appease the Barkids, but in this case, this was something that I knew that I could achieve. So I have 2 undiscovered goals. There's no guarantee that we're going to complete the silver the silver mine, but boy, are we close. So excellent, we are on our way to becoming a respected nation. Again, we're a little worried about the Greeks, but I'm not quite ready to throw in the towel on that. So I definitely want to throw the axe unit in. So again, this is about taking advantage of the rout ability. The Berber camp has been razed. However, a trusted advisor reveals that the Berbers loaded over their rivals, the Numidians, for many generations, and that the tribe's location and resources are highly prized. He is concerned that other barbarian groups will challenge our claim to the conquered site. So curse the other tribes, this conquest is ours. Let them pillage and have their share. Oh man, that's so much more. How is my relationship with the Numidians? Tenuous. Or burn the spoils and salt the fields. My god. That's fun. Okay, we're definitely gonna take a pretty bold option here. Curse the other tribes, this conquest is ours. So trying to make the most of my my resources here. Now, before I go too much further, the Riddle of the Gate, we will come across a guarded entrance to an ancient ruined city. A majestic Sphinx is sitting on an inscription that will help us open the gate. What's the riddle? Or, we have no time for riddles. Tear down the gate and enter the city. No. What's the riddle? The Sphinx says, I am a black child sprung from a bright sire, a wingless bird fleeing to heaven from earth. Each eye that meets me weeps, but not from grief, and in thin air I vanish at my birth. Only smoke gives me tears when I am not sad, or I wouldn't know anything about tears. Are we wise, or are we the manliest of men? Actually, I'm curious. So we got the Riddle of the Sphinx. Greek riddles. The main ancient Greek term for riddle are enigma, deriving from, again, I will not even attempt to pronounce that, but speak elusively or obscurely, itself from apologue fable. And Gryphos, the two terms are often used interchangeably, though some ancient commentators tried to distinguish between them. Riddles appear to have been a popular component of ancient symposia, and have at various points in the history of the Greek-speaking world also been a significant literary form. Most surviving ancient Greek riddles are in verse, though there may already have been anthologies of riddles written down in the Hellenistic period. These do not survive. By far the largest extant collection of antique Greek riddles is Book 14 of the Greek Anthology, as preserved in the Codex Parsinius. I'm not quite sure what SUPPL stands for. Graecius 384, which contains, I'm assuming, some kind of supplement or variation on that, which contains about 50 verse riddles. They're in a group of about 150 puzzles. The first 50 or so are oracles, the second 50 or so are arithmetical problems, and the third 50 or so riddles in the traditional sense. The date which this compilation was originally made is uncertain, as the dates of individual riddles are even less clear. The oldest may go back to Archaic Greek, the youngest to Byzantine, but the emergence of the compilation in its present form is generally associated with Constantine Cephalus working in the 10th century. Most concern everyday objects such as smoke, a fish, a mirror, wine, or pipes. The second largest group contain mythological figures, taxing the audience's knowledge of the details of their stories. It is likely that among the forerunners of the Greek anthology, the 9th century anthology of Cephalus contained riddles. Allegedly, Anthenus of Naucratis compiled a copious anthology of ancient Greek riddles, citing some 1,250 authors under the title of Epitome. Or maybe it's Epitome? I always heard Epitome. Ancient riddles and riddle culture. According to Nerabout and Beardine, in the competitive Greek societies, words were primary locus of competition. There could be no doubt about the popularity of wordplay in the Greek world. Riddles shared in this population. Symptotic riddles are particularly well attested. It seems that there was no symposium without a fair number of riddles. The contest riddle was a known form of riddling, so riddling pervaded Greek life on many levels and during many occasions. A key source for this culture is Athenaeus. The most famous classical riddle is the riddle of the Sphinx. Oedipus killed the Sphinx by grasping the answer to the riddle it posed. This is just one example, however, of a considerable body of riddleic oracles in ancient Greek literature. The gods' enigmatic answers to people asking questions of oracles appears to have been a significant literary trope, amongst other things, a way to warn listeners of the perils and difficulties of seeking divine guidance. Heraclitus' enigmatic style overlaps to some extent with riddles, although Plato reports that ancient Greek children did indeed engage in riddle play, Republic 479c. He also recognized the important function that riddles can play in showing what cannot literally be said about ultimate truths, Letters, Book 2, 312d. Aristotle considered riddles important enough to include a discussion of their use in his rhetoric. He describes the close relationship between riddles and metaphors. Good riddles do, in general, provide us with satisfactory metaphors, for metaphors imply riddles, and therefore a good riddle can furnish a good metaphor. Aristotle is not known to have composed riddles, but among his pseudo-epigrapha, there apparently was a collection of metaphorical riddle-like phrases and expressions now lost. Some of the riddles in the Greek anthology may date back to the ancient period. The following, for example, is an example of the widespread year riddle attributed to Cleobulus. There is one father and 12 children. Of these, each has twice 30 daughters of different appearance. Some are white to look at, and others black in turn. They are immortal, and yet they all fade away. The answer is the year and its days and nights. Other examples from the Greek anthology, as translated by E.S. Forster, include, "My mother I bring forth, she brings forth me. I'm sometimes greater, sometimes less than she. I look at you whenever you look at me. You see, but I see not. No sight have I. I speak, but have no voice. Your voice is heard. My lips can only open uselessly. One wind there is, 10 sailors row amain. 2 vessels, and 1 steersman steers the twain. I am a black child sprung from a bright sire, a wingless bird fleeing to heaven from earth. Each eye that meets me weeps, but not from grief, and in thin air I vanish at my birth. And a blackened lump am I, and fire begat me. My mother was a tree on a mountain steep, and saved from wounds the chariot of the sea, if my sire melts me in a vessel deep. The answers in order are night and day, a reflection, a mirror, a double flute played by one person with 10 figures, smoke, pitch, used for caulking ships. The last known literary non-Christian riddle master is... the last of Greece's known literary non-Christian riddle masters is the Emperor Julian. And I'd love to read the Byzantine period, but that's definitely well beyond the scope of Old World. And I have read a number of these tonight, so I think we'll leave it there. Only smoke gives me tears when I'm not sad. Okay, and what I want to do here, this is all about sort of getting some intelligence on the enemy, so... This is the elite unit, so I want to be a little worried about them, but the big question is whether or not I'm actually able to get in there. So this is putting my slinger at some risk, but I think it's worth it in this case. It's not the way. Okay, I am tempted to go for a treasury here, but we have other opportunities, so so we're actually falling behind on iron production now. That's a big worry. You know what? I'm gonna go for the philosopher. Fashionable painter. All the most fashionable families in Malacca have been commissioning paintings from a talented new artist. Shall the court consider a new artistic project? So we could say we need a royal, we need a new royal portrait painter for culture in Carthage, or commission a large public mural. It's expensive, but actually in this case I think it's worth it. Ooh, this... yeah, I made a couple mistakes here. Reports of a tribal raid from a Numidian outpost near Malacca. King Hasdrubal the Keystone has tutored Prince Hanno, improving his charisma. Prince Hanno +1 charisma. Tyrant Dowager Didima the diplomat. Your mother, governor of Hadrumetum, has died in office. Hey, it was my mother who had the affair. This story keeps getting better and better. Nevel of Takape has died in office. Elisar the commander has converted to Carthaginian paganism. Thutbath of Takape has died, and Prince Hanno, my son, never gets around to doing anything. He's slothful. Workers at the new quarry have discovered the bones of a colossal beast. They have asked the court to send scientists to the site, as they want someone of authority to inspect the giant bones they found to determine their origin. How shall we respond? So the bones have no value and will be destroyed. Transport the bones to the city for further study. That's another expensive run. Or commission scribes to write epic dragon poetry. That's a big hit to the economy. Let's transport the bones to the city for further study. A recent court case has turned into a major dispute. The cause is a property dispute between the Didonians and the Navinidis in Carthage, the Didonian family seat. The case went to the city's court, where the judge was also Didonian. Unsurprisingly, the Navinidis said that they would not recognize a ruling by a Didonian judge in a Didonian city. To everyone's great surprise, the judge ruled in favor of the Navinid, who are looking to accept the ruling, but now the Didonians are calling foul play. Both families send representatives stating that they hold you in high esteem and ask for you to decide the dispute. So we can rule in favor of the Didonians, we can rule in favor of the Navinidis. We do not have traditional, and yeah, traditional would be really good here. So the real question here is who, obviously we can afford to annoy the Didonians. So if the judge says the Navinidis are the rightful owners of the property, so be it. Tyrant Dowager Didima the diplomat, your mother, governor of Hadrumetum, has died in office. So we'll choose a new governor. We only have one option here, but it is actually a pretty good one. Now, I do want to get the settler... Ooh. That is a worry. Okay, that's a little better. So I do want to get the settler in range sooner rather than later. Okay, so I've got a ton of workers free, but before I do any of that, like I said, we are at war, and I've already actually lost a unit because of some of this foolishness. So I'm actually going to redirect troops because of this. I don't know if I want to redirect any more, but you know what? That wasn't the right call, because I can get a cleave here. I guess it won't really matter if I route this unit, but... Oh, never mind. It is tempting to redirect these guys, but I'm going to move them ahead. I am, however, also going to pay up for additional actions. Okay, so we've got a slinger and a gleegly. I need an archer. That's a shame. So it's never convenient to have barbarians come after you, but it's kind of good that they're splitting their attention the way that they are. The Hanging Gardens have been completed by Greece. Hiram the Younger has died. Oligarch Sophonisba the Younger has died in office. Oligarch Ushmart the Educator is now head of the Barkid family. And Duchess Romand has reflected on her recent experiences and absorbed many important lessons. She's gained plus one wisdom. Game is recommending metaphysics. I'm actually inclined to metaphysics just because it's the cheapest. Yeah, we'll go for it. And we'll choose a new governor. We have no valid candidates. Can't upgrade them because we are completely out of iron. Okay. There's a little bit of fancy footwork I need to be doing here. But... I'll give him the discipline. Our forces arrived at the Berber stronghold just in time. Signs suggest that the Berbers were preparing for a massive sustained invasion of our lands. Luckily, most of the weapons remained in an unused stockpile. What shall we do with this discovery? So we can get a new axeman, or we can break the weapons down for materials. We do need the iron, but I actually like the idea of just another axeman. So the answer to this eventually is going to be a very, very heavy investment in terms of my industry. But again, it's a question in terms of what's available to us right now. It's really not enough to take him out? Okay. Scholars at the site of the Berbers' defeat discover shrines, carvings, and statues depicting the worship of fire. They believe that these treasures are associated with the cult of flame, an ancient tribal religion still practiced by many of our subjects. The cult's icons are sacred to its followers, so we should proceed with caution. So we can put them in a city to show tolerance. This will lower discontent in Gades. However, the Didonians will dislike monotheism as a result, or deface them and smash them to dust. Yep, we rule. Okay. Decent progress overall. We are going to need to worry a little bit about the Barbarian Raids. But I feel like this is manageable. Yeah, no, this was the right call. This may be a bit bold for my chariot, but we'll have reinforcements next turn. I'm just in a case where I can sort of push a bit of an advantage here, so... Okay, this is a more defensive unit, so... I think I'm going to keep them in the scrub for protection. Okay, so you stay put, you stay put. I can't get you in place in time, so I think what I'm going to do before I do anything else is I'm actually going to start... Oh, sorry, the settler... Yeah, they're where they need to be right now. So, I'm okay doing things like building citadels, because I need those anyway, but the priority absolutely needs to be building some iron mines when I get the chance. I don't hate this, but I prefer an iron mine here. And 300? I don't think I'm willing to pay for that yet. Okay, tax surplus. Takape's treasury overflows with gold. The city's leaders call for immediate funding of key projects. What should they do with these excess funds? We can save the gold for later, or we could use we definitely could use additional iron. New type of animal discovered. Scientists in Carthage claim to have discovered a new species of spider in the streams and tributaries near the city. These fascinating creatures bury themselves deep in mud layers, striking up at their prey from below. What shall we do with them? We could pass them off as rare collector's items and sell them. We could send an expedition to learn more about them for additional science, or encourage citizens to report anything else of interest. So it's always a little weird not to take the advantage, but in this case here, we did just get a bunch of money. This is less than a year's income, and the idea that we could wind up with more information, I think, is useful. And I do eventually want to start using my counselors, but again, we're at war, so I sort of want to make sure that we're taking objectives as frequently as we can. Oligarch Hanno the Younger has died. Prince Hanno the Naturalist, your son, is now head of the Didonian family. Duke Consort Kodmush has converted Carthaginian paganism, and Prince Hanno the Naturalist still feels fear, as does any sane man, but he never lets it stop him. He has gained courage. Isbali's your wife and chancellor. Okay, so... the discipline is tempting, as is the wisdom. I think in this case we're going to go for wisdom. So very important that we deal with the invasion. I was really hoping they'd be able to take out this unit here. Can you kill all the spiders in antiquity and disparasol? So, This is actually kind of funny. I realize, like, mentioning spiders on the internet is guaranteed to just provoke very strong reactions. I definitely used to have a problem with spiders, but I'm surprisingly gentle with them now. It's kind of hard to say that I like them, but I'm not bothered by them. I've had a couple of cases where I will confess, I do get surprised in one specific case. In my apartment, they do sometimes have a tendency to like just drop down from the ceiling, like right in front of my computer monitor. And I think anybody is going to be surprised by something kind of dropping out of the sky. But for the most part, I don't even really move them at this point. Occasionally, like if they are in the way, I will sort of, pick them up and put them outside. But for the most part, just stick them around. They're very cute if you look at them up close. But I understand that it's a thing that people need to get by. The weirdest transition on it for me actually was there was a point where, so like when I was I think you're in New Zealand too, so I think like anywhere in that region, like everything is just infinitely more terrifying. But yeah, like, so when I was little, I was scared enough of them that I would not even consider touching them. I was scared enough I wouldn't even consider killing them. And somewhat to my shame, I have actually killed spiders before, and I remember a really distinct moment in my life where I sort of thought, am I the sort of person that like ends a life because it's inconvenient to me? And I kind of thought, you know what, I'm really not. Like, that is such a disproportionate reaction to something just existing and being its normal self. The hardest part actually was that I'd still not quite gotten over of still feeling very anxious about them, but I eventually kind of realized for myself that my anxiousness was largely a function of the fact that I'd always sort of felt anxious about them, and so it was sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. And once I sort of acknowledged that, it was not, it wasn't that big of a step to sort of say, yeah, I'm totally fine with these things kicking around. I suppose the other way is like, when you look, like if you just look at the shape of them, right, like they really do look sinister. But the other way of reframing that is, imagine like lions, right? Lions are terrifying killers that you do not want to be anywhere remotely close to. And yet, if like lions ran up behind like gazelle with a net and captured it and eat it, like that would be the only thing you ever see in nature documentaries. But again, like lions get better PR because they're like big kitty cats. Again, like there's weird little ways that you can sort of reframe some of the stuff that you get like really, really anxious about, or becomes a worry. And, to me at least, that sort of helped me chill out a little bit. Yeah, well, I mean, again, like I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna tell people that, I have the single true answer, and that anybody who feels otherwise is, just some murderous, murderous barbarian who should never be taken seriously. Like obviously everybody's gonna have their path, but yeah, I found it considerably easier to sort of relax a bit on the spider thing over time. I'm probably going to have to dedicate 3 units to this, and it makes me mad. At least heal someone. Yeah, well, I mean, that's also true of like all sorts of things. Like your entire, like your how, I suspect probably on a micro level. I guess this is almost what like the new Obsidian game Grounded is about. Like essentially your house is like multiple ecosystems. So if you, I say house as in like wherever you live, not like I haven't lived in a house in decades, but you know, you're only kidding yourself if you think that there's you know, that there isn't some kind of a, you know, and like all sorts of creepy crawlies just out of sight. When you were a kid, you went to a drive-through lion enclosure, and they get really up close and personal around our car, and it was just yelling, "Kitty!" That's really cool, actually. I've never, I don't think I've ever seen a live lion. I've definitely seen, so I've been to Australia, you know, more than a few times, and I've certainly seen all manner of very strange creatures, but I don't think I've ever seen anything like a lion. See, I've never played Grounded. It looks kind of neat, but I know, like, I guess I've got Game Pass, so I should give it a try sometime. That strikes me as a game that's probably better played with friends, though. Well, doesn't Grounded, like, allow you to like, do varying degrees of spiderness? Like, isn't there a way of just sort of reducing them down to, like, very primitive geometry? Oh, that's really neat. I'm wondering if maybe I just saw it on your Twitter or something like that then. Because it's not that I dislike, it's certainly not that I dislike the idea of Grounded or anything like that. But it's hard for me to sort of think of where it really registered for me. I don't know. You can turn them down to angry clouds. Yeah, well, like, the images I saw were not exactly comforting, let's say. I'm pretty sure I'm going to go for a minor here, just because, again, I do need to get the iron production up. It would be nice to go for, like, Master Poet and Philosopher, but we've got a Slinger, and I've got Walls. Hipporegius... So, as always, the question is, does it have a slinger? Looks like it doesn't. So, you get an... Oh, I actually want to build a gardener first. So, eventually we're going to get to a point where... Eventually we're going to get to a point where we can focus on our economy again. But again, the key, like, one of the reasons why we want to spend so much time on the military right now is so that we can get that mine built. So it is, there is calculation in terms of where the orders are going. Ambassador Carle, our ambassador, has died in office. Hannibal of Oea has converted to Carthaginian paganism. So games are recommending onager, well, machinery. I can redraw, but it's kind of hard to see why I would want to do that. I'm somewhat inclined, so I'm falling into the bad habits of before, where I'm just going on the recommendations from the game, but honestly, the onager might be something that helps me take out the Greeks. So let's go for it. Choose a new ambassador. Elisar the Commander is a very, very dicey choice. Because it gets me culture per... It gets me culture per city, but it comes at the expense of foreign opinion. Alternatively, I can annoy the religion. I think I prefer annoying foreigners to annoying religions, so... Zohar is the governor of Hippo Regius, so Hippo Regius can get additional civics. I think we'll make her intelligent. Okay, so this is my source of silver. I gotta be kind of careful with the horses in the region, so I'm gonna keep the settler on a tight leash. The Ishtar Gate is going to be one expensive project, but man, is it going to be worth it. Okay, here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to sell a lot of food. God, I want stone too, huh? Again, I don't know about actually following through on that recommendation. There's clearly better things I could have done, but again, we still want mines, so let's build another one there. Oh, hang on. I've got a war to win. Okay. Let's deal with the Berbers before we do anything else. Strange encounter. While searching the ruins of the Berber camp, our units stumble across a magnificent artifact covered in strange markings. They report that when the artifact was rubbed, a fantastic creature appeared and ordered them to leave the sacred ground or face a terrible curse. How shall we respond to such a story? Search the ruins. Only fools believe such nonsense. Keep the artifact so our scholars may study the magic, or leave the Berber land immediately. Money's tempting. We'll keep the artifact, though. Okay, we're kind of running into a really tough environment here. But we do get a chance to really clobber people, so... Oh, wow, he is all on his own. Okay. I don't know about this. Route is a very strong ability if you know how to use it. There's no possible way these axes are going to be there in time. I am inclined, however, to offer some support on this side. I am going to buy another order just so we can give him a quick punch. So we may wind up losing this unit as a result of it, but still, like, the reason I'm willing... So sometimes I'm willing to give up sort of a quote-unquote freebie unit like this. And you can kind of see the reason why, right? Our main objective is to conquer the Berber tribes of Mauritania. We have 21 years left in order to get the silver mine. So whether I build it here, here, like I've got no shortage of options in terms of in terms of places to build a mine. I've already got a settler, so at this point, the question of whether or not I'm going to be able to build that silver mine is more or less settled. The real question is just how quickly can I take out the Berbers? So the fact that I was able to sort of wipe out 2 units, and that, yes, these units are going to be able to throw some stuff at my charity, but we have at least a little bit of zone and control. Like, we're more or less going to take this settlement. And it means that I can redirect my attentions towards the final Berber settlement, which does actually have a few units, and I am going to need to spend some time on. The other big thing... Oh, crap. I gotta spend more points. And it makes me sad. Oof, that's... Actually, I'm spending a lot. All those jobs I got my workers to do is really not a good idea. But there's a more important strategy that's being employed here, which is once we capture this territory. So where are my threats? Potentially the Numidians. There is an outside chance that there might be some attacks from Greece. But like essentially the majority of activity is probably going to be on Sicily. And so what this allows me to do is I can sort of start moving my forces back to where I want them to be, which is sort of at the kind of my main base, Carthage itself. And what I can do is very slowly over time, I can sort of send settlers out to finish off these city sites. I can let these sites sort of grow their own defenses, their own archers and such. But basically the idea here is that I'm very gradually making it so that I only need to focus on one goal. That's the game plan anyway. I mean, whether or not it works is a whole other question, because the Greeks have not moved their units from here, right? Fortunately, we have an archer that's at least sort of staying parked. But man, it would be so much better if I could have the majority of my forces back in Carthage, or even on Sicily. Okay, Hadrumentum. Go poet and philosopher. Obligi has got a slinger. We can upgrade to a master poet. Okay, that's it for the year. As long as they're leaving my workers alone, I'm okay with this. Okay, that's good. They're going towards a defensive unit. Reports of a tribal raid from a Numidian outpost near Hippo Regius. Immigrants, a rabble of barbarian refugees, have settled outside the gates of the Balearic Islands. They request our aid and sanctuary. We can let them settle, or we can employ them as scouts. Definitely let them settle. Cyrus the Great. News has reached the harbor in Carthage. Cyrus II, Emperor of Persia, has died. Most ship crews refer to him as Cyrus the Great. Some say he died in his sleep in his grand palace at, I'm never going to be able to pronounce this, Pasargadae? Wherever that is. Most, however, claim that he fell in battle somewhere along the eastern edge of the largest empire that the world has ever known. The court in Carthage holds a somber mood. All seem to acknowledge that a great legend has passed from the earth. Some speculate as to what the gods have chosen to do with such an accomplished mortal soul. Yet behind the veneer of pious and stately mourning lies a wave of relief. The oligarchs whisper that the son of Cyrus could not possibly live up to his father's reputation. They seem comforted that the monster that is the Persian Empire should not soon threaten Carthaginian interests. Besides, both Egypt and Greece lie between Carthage and Persia. Without Cyrus to lead them, the Persians will be halted by these ancient world powers. Order a day of rest for the Carthaginian laborers. Oh, drat. Undo. Undo. Not going to turn down a chance to read you some history. This one, again, just based on time and how long it is, we're just going to read the top part of the article. Cyrus II of Persia, circa 600 to 530 BC, commonly known as Cyrus the Great, and also called Cyrus the Elder by the Greeks, was the founder of the Achaemenid Empire, the first Persian empire. Under his rule, the empire embraced all of the previous civilized states of the ancient Near East, expanded vastly, and eventually conquered most of Western Asia and much of Central Asia. Spanning from the Mediterranean Sea and the Hellespont in the west to the Indus River in the east, the empire created by Cyrus was the largest the world had seen yet. At its maximum extent, under his successors, the Achaemenid Empire stretched from parts of the Balkans, eastern Bulgaria, Paeonia, and Thrace Macedonia, and southeast Europe proper in the west to the Indus Valley in the east. The reign of Cyrus lasted about 30 years. His empire took root with his conquest of the Median Empire, followed by the Lydian Empire, and eventually the Neo-Babylonian Empire. He also led an expedition into Central Asia, which resulted in major campaigns that were described as having brought into subjection every nation without exception. Cyrus did not venture into Egypt and was alleged to have died in battle while fighting the Massagetae, an ancient Eastern Iranian nomadic tribal confederation along the Sir Daria in December 530 BC. However, Xenophon claims that Cyrus did not die in battle and returned to the Achaemenid ceremonial capital in Persepolis again. He was succeeded by his son Cambyses II, who managed to conquer Egypt, Nubia, and Cyrenaica during his short rule. All right, so this also is giving us a tip that we need to be really worried. Cyrus is well known for having respected the customs and religions of the lands he conquered. He was important in developing the system of a central administration and pasargadae, governing satraps in the empire's border regions, which worked very effectively and profitably for both rulers and subjects. The Edict of Restoration, a proclamation attested by a cylinder seal in which Cyrus authorized and encouraged the return of the Israelites to the land of Israel following his conquest of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, is described in the Bible and likewise left a lasting legacy of the Jewish religion, lasting legacy on the Jewish religion due to his role in ending the Babylonian captivity and facilitating the Jewish return to Zion. According to Isaiah 45:1 of the Hebrew Bible, God anointed Cyrus for this task, even referring to him as a Messiah, literally anointed one. Cyrus is the only non-Jewish figure in the Bible to be revered in this capacity. Cyrus is also recognized for his achievements in human rights, politics, and military strategy, as well as his influence on both Eastern and Western civilizations. The Achaemenid influence in the ancient world would eventually extend as far as Athens, where upper-class Athenians adopted aspects of the culture of the ruling classes of Achaemenid Persia as their own. Having originated from Persis, roughly corresponding to the modern-day Fars province in Iran, Cyrus played a crucial role in defining the national identity of modern Iran. He remains a cult figure among modern Iranians, with his tomb serving as a spot of reverence for millions of people. In the 1970s, the last Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, identified Cyrus' famous proclamation described onto Cyrus' cylinder as the oldest known declaration of human rights, and the cylinder has since been popularized as such. This view has been criticized by some Western historians as a misunderstanding of the cylinder's generic nature as a traditional statement that new monarchs make at the beginning of their reign. A luxurious demand. As our treasuries fill with the finest luxuries, the Barkid family has come to demand a cut of the wealth. They desire more of our collected salt, or they will make our job of governing difficult. What shall we tell them? Well, I was going to give it to them anyway, so send the salt to the Barkids as a luxury, and we're on better terms now. Okay, so I don't want to found the city quite yet. I am, however, willing to move the settlers. I don't know if we exercise zone of control here, but at the very least we're going to be able to rough them up a bit. Okay, the other thing I want to do is worry about the barbarians, because this really should have been finished a while ago. Okay. Do I have wine yet? Not yet. I may want to buy off Greece with treasures, but I'm going to hoard them for now. All right, let's think about this campaign. So I think if I run like this... Yep. Burial mounds. Our troops discover a series of burial mounds outside the conquered Berber camp. The contents are lavish and richly ornamented. Many in the ranks wish to loot the ancient site, but some worry that such an action would bring about dark omens. Loot everything, leave no stone unturned, or we must not incur the wrath of the spirits. Now, the good news about this is that it would give me additional discipline, which is gold per turn. I am 50, so, I mean, 10 years, and that's going to be 160. Well, I guess then there's the bonus from Carthage. Yeah, I don't know. Loot everything, leave no stone unturned. So this was also quite fortunate for me, because now I can direct my attentions towards the skirmishers. Now, notice the AI has been really clever here. They've split their units because I've got an axeman. Now, I'm going to try and angle things to my favor, so we'll engage them in the woods. Yeah. This is the concern that I had earlier, that we're running out of units. Okay, so let's get back on track. So people who are defending tiles like this need to pause. Okay. We'll upgrade where we can. Clearly I made one too many slingers here, so what I want to do is... Okay, they've already got an archer on the way. But Hippo Regius does not seem to have an archer yet, so... But I need to rearrange the ships. Okay, that's unfortunate, but... Nothing for these guys right now. I mean, promotions eventually, but that's just not a... I really question the choice of using orders for this, but... Bloodthirsty. Don't have the iron for an upgrade, I guess. Needs to be healed. I suppose under happier times I could start picking up treasures, but that's maybe not quite what I need to do right now. Okay, definitely going for the wine. Okay, we built the wall, so that's going to help us with our discontent. I think probably getting... So, there is the temptation for the miner. In fact, 8.5 a year, that solves my problems. So, Carthago Nova, we've built the miner. Did I even build the worker? Yes, of course I did. So, archer is the... Well, let's go farmer, archer, walls. Carolus, they do not have their own archer yet. However, it is Maganid, so I can put that slinger there when the time comes. So in the meantime, let's go... I didn't want to do this, but I'm actually going to build a moat because if we are invaded, this is going to be a major point to defend. Scavengers, wishing to do their part in support of Gades, eager citizens have offered to journey out into the wilderness and scavenge for food. How shall we respond? Venture forth in support, or say you are not needed now? Let's venture forth. That might be a little... Might be a little careless for me to have done that, but more resources is just something I can sell later. Okay, and the rest of it... I don't know. I think I'm content. I'm content leaving leaving some of the work undone. We're definitely... So there's going to be a bit of a debt that we need to pay back as far as orders in terms of getting the laborers to do things. However, we're also going to be greatly reducing the amount of attention that we need to put on military matters. So overall, I think we're in a good spot, but there's going to be a couple more turns that are a little bumpy. This is why I put them in the woods. Okay, so it's recommending manor. Gives me professional army, volunteers. So at this point I want to maybe consider... so coinage makes sense because of market. Architecture, I think a bath helps me with discontent, doesn't it? Yeah. I think I'm actually going to go for architecture. Okay, so this is going to have a silver mine, so... Although... It's going to be a lot of silver mines, to be honest. I'm definitely going to need to think about how to profitably cut up this continent, or well, not exactly continent, but this region. But I figure we can start with a Maganid city. Yeah, everybody's at 4. Because of the mine output. Matchmaker. The war with the Berbers has gone on long enough. You may wish to consider peace. Our spies report that one of the Berber warlords seeks mates for his daughters. A match with your heir, Hanno, may be the solution to all of our problems. Well, no, because my goal is to conquer them. So we could get Dita. Is a reasonable match. Lokaskos. These are mediocre choices. As you can see, I'm an expert diplomat. Okay. It's recommending a mine here. You know what? Let's not even think about any of this stuff. I gotta finish the task at hand. Okay, so I was thinking of moving them ahead, but this will save me in the long run. It's a little bold, but I'll run with it. Now I'm not able to move this axeman into an area where they can hit more than one, so we'll take advantage of what we can. Now I do have 2 choices here. One would be to go hard against this melee unit, but it's actually to my advantage to move up in this region, and this is because if this marauder unit wants to attack me, it has to cross a river. The only way that they would be able to attack me elsewhere would be if they sort of went out and around. So this gives me an early start on the sort of the capital. I am eventually going to have to take out this unit anyway, but it's nice to, you know, have that early edge. Okay. Moving right along. So let's take a minute here and just get everybody healed. I basically... So the reason why I'm doing it this way is that I've more or less done what I can this turn. There's actually one exception. I can start moving this unit towards... Well, I'll heal them first. Okay, sorry. There's a slightly different way I can do this. Once more with feeling. And actually, I guess I only need to move them the one. I'm just trying to put them in place for next turn, so we'll heal you. One thing I'm not going to do is move this chariot in. Obviously, if I do that, I might as well just disband it. Okay. No candidates. Probably should have chosen a spy master a while ago, but if I recall correctly, I think this is my daughter. Or no, it's this one. But I don't like the unhappiness per city, so we're going to choose my scientist. My god. I think I'm gonna have to leave the rest of this in place. But yeah, so now the question is, what do I do with my workers? Let's try and find the ones who can build mines easily. Well, the academy's tempting, but maybe not yet. Garrison's really hard to turn down right now. So, I have one order I can use. I don't believe... Yeah, everything else needs 2 orders, so let's at least start moving these people towards their objectives. So what am I trying to do here? We've got a mine, So yeah, this does actually make sense to build a mine in. It's it's kind of a dubious choice because it is like the last urban tile, but we've got a couple of extra urban tiles over here, so I'm not gonna... I don't hate that choice, let's say. Okay, an Elder Scribe for Carthage. Carthage has already got its archer, so I'm happy where we are there. We do have a spare... Well, actually, one thing I might want to consider at some point is Sacred Bands. Also, I have never done anything with caravans. So let's take a quick second here and take a look at caravan. Okay, so caravan units can be sent on caravan missions to a foreign capital. The caravan moves once per turn, costing 1 order, and upon safe arrival, the unit is consumed, producing a lump sum of money and opinion foreign boost. This is a big tool for diplomacy, so that's going to take me 4 years. I'm also going to build a settler, and then finally we will pick... I think I'll build an apprentice acolyte. Okay, Rhea. So they've already got their defenses. We can afford a master poet, so we'll go for that. Okay, we've got spare citizens, so I'll take a fisher, and I will go for a woodcutter after all. In Fez, I think I'm going to go for the worker before I repair the damage, but it makes me feel bad that I'm... Okay, nope, we'll wait the year then. Yeah, we want that worker done. The good news is it's 6 years for the worker. We've got 19, so we know we're going to get that silver mine in time. So I think this will probably be the last turn. So again, weak attack as we predicted. Bonstart is now old enough to be tutored by courtiers. Oh my god. Tyrant Galon the Magnificent of Greece is a builder of a mighty empire, but his constant construction projects demand an unending flow of raw materials. He now turns his greedy eyes towards our resources. War is likely unless we immediately offer tribute. Our first priority must be securing more horses, you announced to the court, who had clearly not been considering this. So take this offering and return to your tinkering. 131 to avoid a war I'm not prepared for is definitely not a bad trade. So they are considered stronger, however, primitive in terms of knowledge. So we could say, Greek buildings burn like any others. That will boost my legitimacy. But like I said, we're not well prepared for this. And I've got onagers available to me. So... And then if we're Urbanite, we also get stone. That's actually really cool. But yeah, whoa. That's 131 for 40 years. That's... You know what? We'll go for it. I feel bad about that, but again, that's buying us peace of mind for the few turns that we need it. Time passes quickly. Duke Barastart is growing up fast and eager to learn. How should we educate him? So he is not... he's second in line, so let's train him in tactics. Okay, so I think this was... Okay, that was a mine. So it's recommending a barracks here. But if I put the garrison here, I can put the barracks here and get a bigger bonus. Excuse me. Let's get the tutoring done. Yeah, exactly. I just don't like paying tribute. Okay. So there's a little bit of finessing to do on this battle. It would have been wonderful. Oh, you know what? I can still do this. Ah, so close. Yeah, looks like I need to throw everyone at him. Honestly, it's not really worth going out of my way to wipe this unit out. Like, I might be able to do some weird combination of, like, force marches and all of that, but I think the time has come for me to invest in the economy. Actually, there is one other thing I can do. We did say that we were going to be... we did say that I wanted to prepare for a fight with the Greeks, which meant axemen. So we'll do the upgrades that we can. My next priority should be building the transport back to like back to my territory. So there's going to be sort of it's going to be a bit of a weird path, but actually, sorry, I need to get the priorities right. So first thing we want to do is get our workers being productive again. So I have a bit of an order where I'm doing things. So if I can get specialized resources, that's priority number 1. In the absence of specialized resources, then it's a question of getting so I'm curious why it's recommending a quarry when I need mines. But yeah, so specialized resources first, iron next, and then from there I sort of play it by ear. So for instance, we've got a stronghold, so I believe that gets a bonus. Oh no, sorry, it's garrisons only. Okay, so there is a garrison here. We can build the barracks. I mean, this is a really good spot for stone, so... And yeah, it was recommending a mine, so we said we were going to build one there. This worker... I think we did say we were going to put the garrison down, didn't I? We don't have the stone for it. So we're going to skip you for this turn. Specialized stuff kind of gets the first priority. Now, God, this is such a cramped area. I sort of see the logic of a garrison. Okay, Gaddies, what are you up to? So we've already got an archer in place, so I don't need to worry about that. We've got our worker. So we'll start by repairing the damage, and then we'll build the farmer, then we'll build the walls. Okay. I think we're on track. Okay, that's unfortunate, but we kind of knew that was going to happen. Seasonal festival. Prominent local leaders of Igligli wish to host a seasonal festival celebrating national values. What should be the festival's theme? Through the state, all things are possible. Now, we're actually at the limit on civics already, so I should probably find a dump for those. Knowledge and science are the future. Okay, so as always, let's go worry about our military matters first. So we want to clear out the riffraff. Now known as Hasdrubal the Victorious. That's 50 legitimacy from that. Completed the goal, conquer the Berber tribes of Mauritania. Berbers conquered. The Didonian clan are ascendant. We have conquered the Berbers. Perhaps now we shall see if this bold vision of the Didonian clan comes to pass, or if it disperses on the winds. The Didonian clan was right. Now that we are in control of both Iberia and Mauritania, we hold uncontested sway over the westernmost lands. Okay, unfortunately I can't move people out at the rate that I wanted. But yeah, there's a few things that we're gonna do here. So number 1, I'm gonna try. Sorry, workers first. So eventually this unit's going to go... they're going to sort of take the role of some of these others. I think I'm just gonna tab over some of these for now. I think I want to get that bridge in place first. Oh god. I would love to promote some of these units, but again, other priorities. Okay, you get to sleep. I don't think it hurts to have this unit hanging out here, to be honest. So the axe is a counter. You we can upgrade. Well, we can promote an upgrade, actually. Ooh, double upgrade. Again, I do want to start moving these troops back, but I think probably... So, everything that... Okay, now we're cycling through again. So, let's get... this is a little bit of a stretch, but this'll do. Just needed one more drat. Okay, I'll bite the bullet on this one, I think. Did I go one too far? No. Good lord, what's wrong with me? It's because the map moves each time. Okay. Let's not question it. Okay, so next up, let's get you... Sorry, there's one other action I want to do. Promote. Now we anchor. Alright, let's move you... Wow, that doesn't get me anything. Okay. We definitely need to build more boats. Okay, it's not great, but we'll live with it. I've apparently completely abandoned this worker. We may lose this worker. I'm gonna feel pretty stupid if I do, but... Ugh. Okay, game's recommending hydraulics for ballista and a mill. Again, not a bad one. Maceman is... Are they anti... They're anti-infantry. So Maceman would be a pretty strong reply to Greece as well. Now, mill would give me science... Oh man, and then big bonuses for mines, quarries, and lumber mills. On the other hand, you know what? I'm going to do cartography. Because to be able to upgrade my navy at the time that I'm going to be trying to upgrade my navy, that's a big bonus. So let's get the theater so people can stop being mad at me. Okay, back to building the bridge. I'm just going to throw them in the middle of the area and see where it takes us. That's not that bad, actually. In fact, this kind of helps me because I can at least start getting some units in the region to help out with the current troubles. So I would have preferred to keep them here, but like this is my chance to start throwing my weight around a bit. Bring the elephants in. So again, there's the danger to the worker, but it's not as strong. I think I am going to focus on workers again. Okay. It is tempting to build another garrison here because this is right on the border. It's recommending a barracks. And I kind of see it. Mind you, that's also going to kill my iron consumption. I don't like any of these options. Although a mine here... Well, see, a mine here makes sense, but why doesn't a mine here make... Well, okay, the mine there doesn't make sense because it's close to... Alright, let's try it. They want another... So this I built for the resource bonus. I think I'm going to go for nets. One of the reasons I want to... So I generally prioritize nets anyway, but one reason why I want to prioritize a lot of food is if I can build a ton of settlers in this part of the map without having to worry about any of my other... Like, having to worry about any of my other regions. Again, like, if the western part of the empire can become self-sustaining, that's heaven for me. So... That's the goal. Now, let's see. How far can I move these jokers? Okay, so it doesn't seem to like the bridge to Igligli. Well, that's fine, because we can still move people up here. And more importantly, we can heal them. Oh, right, I can't fortify these units. Never mind. Also, this unit... Oh, right, we still didn't build the bridge. Okay. So, there's another important detail, which is I need to get... There's going to be a little bit of trading going on here, so I need to get these units out. I want to try and bring the archers if I can, so... So, what's happening right now, there's a bit of a changing of the guard going on. So, I need two green units. And again, preferably ones that aren't useful to me in other ways. So, for instance, the axemen are a little more helpful than, say, the chariot. The route is really powerful on the chariot, but the problem is that if you look at the types of units we're going up against, right? Anti-mounted. Oh, these archers would actually be a tasty, tasty target. We're going to get completely destroyed, by the way, if we do actually have to fight these guys. Anyways, I do need to clear out two more units. So we've got one spearman Actually, we've got what we need here. Okay, good. So everybody else can start moving home. And how are my relations with? Generally okay. I am okay. Just trying to think of the best way to use my points. Let's move you up. I'm a little concerned about the fact that this unit's not going to be healed, but I'll worry about that later. Now, this already had an archer, so I don't need to worry about that. Stonecutter's not a terrible idea, especially for the extra range. Malacca, I think we want for... Yeah, actually we want stonecutters and fishers. Then we can build walls. A talent for geometry. Duke Banashtart has shown remarkable aptitude with mathematics and geometry, rapidly mastering the basics. During a visit to the court, Banashtart asks for advice on the best path to apply these studies. What guidance shall we provide? So we can say engineers are in short supply, carpenters make many things possible, and it's important to have a well-rounded education. So they are second in line. I am sort of training them. They are a tactics student, so giving them bonuses versus siege and ship units is not terrible. We'll go for well-rounded. A marriage offer. To the court's surprise, a marriage proposal has arrived from the Libyans, your son Prince Hanno the Naturalist and Tirgato the Libyan. Not at this time. But that does raise an important point. I need to be marrying my... need to be marrying everybody. Thinkers in your court question the best path forward. The court can focus its energy on the mysteries of philosophy, or we can focus on practical applications of engineering. So, I'm going to say we have much to learn about ourselves because the minus for urban specialists is a pretty good bonus for what our future plans are. And I'm going to turn it over, but yeah, we are going to need to start marrying off the rest of the family. Greeks kind of being helpful there. King Hasdrubal the Victorious has tutored Duke Barashtart, improving his discipline. Duke Barashtart +1 discipline. Oligarch Zohar of Karalis, the governor of Hipporegius, has died in office. Spymaster Abdozir the scientist is now head of the Maganid family, and Duke Armalik is now old enough to be tutored by courtiers. Age of Learning. Carthage enjoys an era of scholarship and learning, such as never been seen before in the history of our nation. Wisdom and knowledge flow freely throughout our cities, revealing understanding where there was only superstition. We are a shining beacon of enlightenment in an ignorant and foolish world. How shall we further advance the cause of education and the observation of nature and humankind? We can focus on educating the people, which will give us more civics. We really don't need that right now, but it does help us with discontent. Or we can continue to explore new frontiers of knowledge, extra discipline, extra knowledge, and honestly, we've got a lot of money right now, so we will continue to explore new frontiers. My god, even more. All right, we'll read the game text first and then the event. Conquest of Egypt. A man claiming to be a former advisor to the Pharaoh of Egypt has arrived at court. He reports that Egypt has fallen under Persian control after a horrific battle in the Nile Delta in which the entire Egyptian army was routed, losing 5 or 6 to every Persian soldier killed before breaking and fleeing in complete disarray. A brief siege at Memphis followed before the Pharaoh was forced to surrender. Our experts on Egypt, after conversing with this man, confirm that many of the details of his account match with their knowledge. He and his news may be legitimate. We offered him a position in our court, as it may be wise to obtain knowledge and advice from an experienced foreign dignitary. As weeks pass, word from the incoming merchant ships appears to confirm ever more details from his story. Egypt has been conquered. Persia now controls the lands of 3 other nations. Incredible. The Battle of Pelusium. The Battle of Pelusium was the first major battle between the Achaemenid Empire and Egypt. This decisive battle transferred the throne of the pharaohs to Cambyses II of Persia, marking the beginning of the Achaemenid 27th dynasty of Egypt. It was fought near Pelusium, an important city in the eastern extremes of Egypt's Nile Delta, 30 kilometers to the southeast of the modern Port Said in 525 BC. The battle was preceded and followed by sieges at Gaza and Memphis. Herodotus on motives and background. The most common recounting of the events leading to the Battle of Pelusium is from Greek historians, particularly Herodotus. According to Herodotus, the conflict between the pharaoh Amasis II of Egypt and Cambyses II of Persia was a gradual process involving multiple personalities, mostly Egyptians. According to Herodotus, an Egyptian physician was requested by Cambyses from Amasis on good terms, to which Amasis complied. The physician, most likely an ancient ophthalmologist, resented the forced labor that Amasis had imposed on him, and, in retaliation, persuaded Cambyses to ask of Amasis a daughter in marriage, knowing how Amasis would dislike losing his daughter to a Persian. Cambyses complied, requesting the hand of the daughter of Amasis in marriage. Amasis, unable to let go of his offering and unwilling to start a conflict with the Persians, instead sent an Egyptian girl named Nitetis, who was a daughter of an Egyptian named Apries. According to Herodotus, Apries was the previous pharaoh whom Amasis had defeated and killed, and whose daughter was now sent out in place of Amasis' own offspring. Once greeted by Cambyses as the daughter of Amasis, Nitetis explained the trickery employed by Amasis to avoid giving his own daughter to the king. This infuriated Cambyses, who vowed to avenge the insult. According to Herodotus, another motivation that solidified Cambyses' expedition into Egypt was Phanes of Halicarnassus, originally a councilman and advisor to Amasis. An unknown course of events led to bitterness developing between them to the point that Amasis sent an Egyptian eunuch after Phanes, pursuing him to Lydia. Phanes was captured in Lycia, but outwitted his guards by getting them drunk and escaped to Persia, and assisted the Persian king in all manners of strategy, and was instrumental in shaping his resolve for the conquest of Egypt. Despite having full control over the Neo-Babylonian Empire and its subregions, including northern Arabia, Cambyses sent a message to the king of Arabia requesting safe passage through the desert road from Gaza to Pelusium. The Arabian king, himself an enemy of Amasis and glad to facilitate his destruction, granted safe passage to Cambyses and even supplied him with troops. According to Polybus, even with the precautions taken on entering the border of Egypt, only the city of Gaza resisted the Persians, which fell after a long siege. After the news of the impending battle reached Egypt, Psamtik III, Samanitis, son and heir of Amasis II, gathered the Egyptian army, stationing it along the fork of the Red Sea and the River Nile. Amasis himself died 6 months before Cambyses reached Egypt. Psamtik had hoped that Egypt would be able to withstand the threat of the Persian attack by an alliance with the Greeks, but this hope failed, as the Cypriot towns and the tyrant Polycrates of Samos, who possessed a large fleet, now preferred to join the Persians. That one of Egypt's most prominent tactical advisors, Phanes of Halicarnassus, had already gone over to the Persian side meant that Psamtik was entirely dependent on his own limited military experience. Polycrates sent 40 triremes to the Persians. Psamtik, in a violent act of revenge prior to the confrontation with the Persian army, arrested all the sons of Phanes and stood them between 2 bowls. He then cut them one by one, draining their blood and mixing it with wine. Psamtik then drank of it and made every other councilman drink their blood before the battles. The battle. The decisive military conflict happened at Pelusium, as Herodotus describes a sea of skulls at the Nile basin, upon the remnants of which he remarks on the differences between the Persian and Egyptian heads. According to Ctesias, 50,000 Egyptians fell, whereas the entire loss of the Persian side was only 7,000. After this short struggle, the troops at Psamtik fled, and soon the retreat became a complete rout. Disoriented and fleeing, the Egyptians took shelter in Memphis. The Egyptians were now besieged in their stronghold of Memphis. Aftermath. According to Herodotus, Cambyses, in a last attempt to bring an end to the struggle, sent a Persian herald in a ship to exhort the Egyptians to give up before further bloodshed. Upon sighting the Persian vessel in the port of Memphis, the Egyptians ran out, attacking the ship and killing every man on it, carrying their torn limbs with them back to the city. As Cambyses advanced to Memphis, it is said that for every Mytilean killed during the siege of Memphis, 10 Egyptians died, which makes the number of dead Egyptians 2,000 who would have been executed at the time or after the siege, because 200 Mytileans were killed. Pelusium probably surrendered itself immediately after the battle. The pharaoh was captured after the fall of Memphis and allowed to live under Persian watch. He later committed suicide after attempting a revolt against the Persians. Herodotus on the battle. The fields around were strewn with the bones of the combatants when Herodotus visited. He noted that the skulls of the Egyptians were distinguishable from those of the Persians by their superior hardness, a fact confirmed, he said, by the mummies, which he had ascribed to Egyptians shaving their heads from infancy, and to the Persians covering them up with cloth or linen. Polyanius, a retired Macedonian general, more interested in novelty than in historical accuracy, claims that, according to legend, Cambyses captured Pelusium by using a clever strategy. The Egyptians regarded certain animals, especially cats, as being sacred. They had a cat goddess named Bastet, and would not injure them on any account. Polyanius claims that Cambyses had his men carry the sacred animals in front of them to the attack. The Egyptians did not dare shoot their arrows for fear of wounding the animals, and so Pelusium was stormed successfully. This would have been an early form of psychological warfare. This is the sort of thing that I never ever want people to verify isn't true, because this image is simply too great. I particularly like to imagine that the cats were held in that way where like you sort of hold them by the two front arms so they look impossibly long as you hold them out in front of you. Herodotus, however, makes no mention of any such strategy and gives hardly any information about fighting in general. According to Herodotus, Cambyses initially behaved with a certain moderation, sparing the son of Psamtik due to feeling a touch of pity. But later, dissatisfied with his victory and unable to punish the already deceased Amisus for his trickery, decided to commit what Herodotus calls an un-Persian act. He desecrated the tomb of the mummified Amisus and ordered the mummy burned. However, Pierre Briand concludes that Herodotus' recorded information regarding Cambyses' actions in Egypt after the victory is false. Cambyses then made peace with Libyans, accepting their offer for truce. Egypt became a possession of Persia, and Cambyses its pharaoh. Before they defeated the pharaohs of the 26th dynasty, Persian monarchs were acknowledged as pharaohs and came to be known as Egypt's 27th dynasty for the first Persian period. The new court minister, Balhano, has joined the court. His aptitude in matters of state will keep Carthage moving forward. Welcome, Balhano the minister. Heir education. Time passes quickly. Duke Armelik is growing up fast and eager to learn. How would you like to educate Armelik? You can study philosophy, politics, or commerce. I'm inclined to study commerce. Lost relative. Whispers in Carthage tell of a mysterious arrival in the city. A man called Bardia, who claims to be a lost member of the royal family. Bardia the Younger's story captured the heart of the people, and they seek to raise him up to his lost station. We should act quickly to get ahead of the news. Bardia, also named as Tanyox Archies by Stesis, was son of Cyrus the Great and the younger brother of Cambyses II, both Persian kings. There are sharply divided views on his life. Bardia either ruled the Achaemenid Empire for a few months in 522 BC, or was impersonated by a magus called Gaumata, whose name is given by Ctesias as Sphendatites, until he was toppled by Darius the Great. I'd love to read more of this, but it's a little long, so I wanted to do the headline on that one, but I'm already over time, so we can invite him to a private audience, lower legitimacy but also lower discontent. You can order the spy master to investigate or ignore him and he'll go away. Interesting. Carthage does actually have some discontent, so let's invite him to a private audience. Let's choose a new governor. Caravan to Greece. This was the purpose. Ooh, that was quick. Okay, I got a bunch of things that I want to do. Okay, let's also go. It's a family marriage. Let's go. So we're probably going to marry a bunch of different families, but in this case, let's marry the Barkids. Do Boshtart. Oh, is everybody else married? No, he's just too young. I feel like the chances of treachery being exposed is far too high to be worth doing here. Okay. Let's also turn our attention to, like, I do actually want to start getting start using my court again. So Duchess Rahman, what can we do with you? Ah, okay, yeah. So basically, there's one task, which is treachery. So we'll leave leave that there. Are you saying that should be done on the other site? Okay, my ambassador. We could do a trade mission with Greece. Why not? The Queen Consort. We could spend money on family gifts. But maybe I don't want to do that right now. Let's see if we can do other things instead. I've got a spy master, so we could infiltrate Greece. 20% chance for the effort to be exposed. We don't yet have the option to steal. I am willing to infiltrate. Okay, now let's see if we can do any conversions here. Okay, so we need this. We need the Patriarch to like me. Oh, wait, Cautious is plus 70? Are you kidding me? Okay, well. Ah, now the king's already occupied, so I can't butter him up. Okay. Prince Hanno, I mean, this is my blood. He's upset right now. So... let's go family get, or sorry, pacify city. Yeah, right, we don't have coinage, so... we will family gifts my own family. Okay, I think that's enough wheeling and dealing for one turn. This is a little bit more about protecting the worker than it is destroying the unit. I'm trying to think of the best way to... Better hope we move fast enough. Oh wow, that took up everything. Good lord. Okay. I feel a little bit bad about how I handled that, but... Okay, we finished a miner. We don't have any citizens, so now it's a question of what we build. Now, I did say that I wanted to build some additional boats. I think I'm going to go for the treasury at this point. Now known as Hasdrubal the Fountainhead. It's been months of negotiation with the Barkids, but your skills as a dealmaker have secured the finest of matches for Prince Hanno the Naturalist. Do either of the final two Barkid suitors meet your standards? So he's 30, 22, 20... Okay, both 22. So we can marry Arishtat, who is a zealot, so -1 wisdom, but high courage. This is my heir, so... Or, well, they're all my heir, but, like, this is immediately my, they're almost certainly going to be running things, so... Oh, yeah, there's absolutely no question. Like, Batball is clearly the better choice. Okay, game is recommending Manor for Conscript's professional army. Insurrection is kind of tempting, given that we do have an agent. Coinage... No, you know what? Pacify City? Yeah, we're going for coinage. Okay, as usual, we've got some options as far as upgrades. Now, I think I am going to go for Stronghold. I always feel a little bad doing that, but Strongholds and Citadels are the things that get me my special units, so I don't mind spending up for those. And again, our focus right now is on improving the economy, so it's not the end of the world for me if we spend a couple turns, you know, moving our soldiers around. Okay, so this is recommending a barracks. I can see why, because of the stronghold. Wait, does the stronghold give? I can never remember what the... Yeah, so there are bonuses for adjacency. And it is a Barkid seat, so it is actually one that will help. On the other hand, Theater does help with discontent, and we're at 4, so we'll start with Theater. I wonder why they picked that worker. We will pass over the construction for now. And I don't see much reason to avoid building another mine here. So we're doing all right as far as iron is concerned, but we're at 22. The only other one I would maybe consider developing would be wood. But yeah, clearly there's some work for us to do. Okay. So I think Carthago Nova is going to be my source of settlers. I'm going to leave that scout for now. Okay, we're making something resembling progress. Okay, no, we'll be fine. Okay, so yes, we are absolutely in a position where we can move as many units as possible. Ah, what are you doing? I may try healing some of the... Well, I guess I don't need to. The aim right now is basically to make it so that there's only the green units on these city sites, and that everything else is sort of moved onto into Hispania, so that we can start moving troops like in this area. So things like the Balearic Islands and such. Basically, that becomes our next sort of transition. It's going to be a little complicated to do this just because I don't quite have the range. Like, I need 2 ships to do this properly, but I'm hoping that I can sort of shift everything over when the time comes. Okay. I'm slightly inclined to go for the poet. Ah, we also have trireme as an option. Okay, I'm going to need to start looking at high military. New type of animal discovered. Years have passed since the new species of spider was found near Carthage, but its scientists continue to search for discoveries along the local waterways. One of these men claims to have stumbled upon precious stones in his search, but he will not provide more information until he is paid. Do we reward him for his efforts? So we will pay well for a new source of gems. Pretty much, yeah. Or leave this metal. Yeah, no, I'll definitely pay up for... Cool. More confident than ever in the face of danger, Prince Hanno the Naturalist, your son has gained +1 courage. As part of his training, Duke Armalik and his fellow students organize an emporium near Hipporegius, where they study. Armalik leads the efforts and shows considerable promise. In fact, the citizens of Hipporegius wish to keep the emporium as a permanent fixture for trade. What do you wish to establish in the city? So he gets +1 wisdom no matter what. You could add a market, a trading post, or a treasury. Treasury's tempting, but yeah, no, we'll do treasury. Okay, so we wanted to build the stronghold before. Again, priority is going to be workers for the next little while. Okay, so now I actually need to start making some choices in terms of what my priorities for Malacca are. I'm not opposed to building a quarry here. Now, 133 a turn for stone is not that bad, especially when we have a shortage of iron. But we do... I mean, again, this is just the geography, right? We've got some natural advantages here. Okay, so that's it as far as the workers are concerned. Nope. Oh god, what do I do with you guys? So again, stronghold's hard to turn down. Stronghold would have been better here, actually. So maybe if we undo that. But they want a theater here. See, the smarter thing to do would have been to have a stronghold here and then to... Anyways, I'm going to build the stronghold. Okay, that well and truly is all the remaining workers. Did we finish off the barbarians? No, we did not. So we'll heal them up first. So we do also need to repair this, but that's going to be, the workers will be healed next turn, so we're going to be able to fix that. Okay, we can promote you. I'm not sure what I want to do with them yet. This unit can sleep. This unit's still useful to me, so... Besieger's actually quite tempting. Yeah, I think I'm going to do Brave. Okay, so you can sleep. You are part of the caravan. Okay, let's... This gives me a chance to heal. Got a few healing options here. That's good. Yeah, so it's obviously a long journey for this, for these military units, but I'm reasonably happy with where we're going to be. Also, next turn we get to build our silver mine. Okay, Stonecutter's done. I can build an Elder Poet. I can go for a Trireme. Triremes have... Yeah, I'm going to need to build a lot more... Whoa, what am I doing? Sorry. Elder Poet. I'm going to need to build a lot more lumber mills. Fortunately, we're starting to get access to some, so... We've located a source of silver. Tribal raid from a Numidian outpost near Igligli. King Hasdrubal the Fountainhead has tutored Duke Bodstart, improving his charisma. The infiltrate mission of Spymaster Abudseer the Scientist has led to an event. Your vassal family appreciates the gifts that Queen Consort Yizbal has brought you. And plus 40 opinion. Okay. Luxurious trade. A trade delegation returns from Greece bearing news that comes unexpectedly, but not unpleasantly. It seems that instead of a trade deal, they wish to cultivate a new industry in Malacca. They would provide the necessary essentials, while you would front the monetary expenses. It seems the climate of Malacca is uniquely suited to this endeavor. So we are intrigued by the development of incense and will provide capital. We are intrigued by the import and development of dyes and will provide capital. And we're not interested in anything but except trade. I can go with incense here. Again, we're very wealthy, so we're Carthage for crying out loud. Nobles abroad. While infiltrating the cities and villages of Greece, Abudseer's agents encounter several traveling members of the Barkid family. Knowing the Barkid love for wine, our agents work to loosen the nobles' tongues. After a night of revels, our agents learn that oligarch Umashtar the Educated and some other Barkid are plotting to usurp the throne. Wow! We must keep a close eye on the Barkids. Okay. Games recommending hydraulics, which I think we turned down previously, but now it definitely makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna do the repair after all. I wanted them to be healed fully, but it's a little late for that. Okay, so games recommending a quarry here. It kind of makes sense because of the lumber, or because of the adjacent mountain, but it does clear out trees at a time where we're kind of trying to preserve them. Alternatively, I can build a courthouse for civics. Now again, we're doing pretty well on civics. I could build a barracks. That makes sense because it's adjacent to... Yeah, the barracks and the range make the most sense here. I can also build a market. Or I could build cold baths. Here we'll go for the barracks. I think I'll build the cold baths up here, though. There's also a bunch of stuff that I can do, so let's... oh god, okay. Bodstart is the next in line, so we'll tutor them. Okay, everybody's already got jobs. I'm not crazy about the reduction in growth, but it's the best we've got. I'm going to hold off from any of these other actions right now. What I'm most interested in, actually, is just taking a quick look at the situation in Greece. So there's a hell of a lot more Greek settlements than I thought. I am sincerely hoping that this scenario does not say conquer Greece to to achieve your final victory. Okay, let's go back to work. I'm going to ignore the game's recommendations. I'm going to start building some lumber mills here. And this is the one we were looking for. So 4 years before that's done. Okay, and I think at this point we're ready to kind of move everyone closer to where they need to be. It's best if I can get them in a spot where they're able to heal, but so the Slinger's kind of the outlier on this. We'll probably upgrade them when we get them in the region, but we're at least at the point where, I don't know, probably by the time the silver mine's done, at least the main force that I need will have crossed into Malacca. Now, I'm probably going to want to keep at least one ship in the area to act as a bridge for the settlers, but what I'll probably do is I'll take this one, which is a shorter range. I'll move that into place here, and then this one will sort of help me cover the gap between Hispania to Sardinia and Sicily. Okay, what's your story here? Moat would not be a bad idea right now, but we just have so many good resources we can exploit. Fez has got its workers, so I suppose now we go for walls and an archer. Citizen defense. Eager citizens of Carthago Nova come forward, wishing to help support the city's defenses. They have the will, all they need is the direction. What should we tell them? Construct protective city walls or conduct emergency training? Nope, I'm happy to take free walls. Greece has begun construction of the Great Ziggurat. King Hasdrubal the Fountainhead is feeling ill, lightheaded and weak. Eshmanazar the Judge has died. Spymaster Abodsir the Scientist has died in office. That's our Spymaster. Duke Consort Kodmosh of Carlis is now head of the Maganid family. They're friendly, and Bardiya the Younger has converted to Carthaginian paganism. The court mourns. Today we grieve the death of Abdosir the Scientist, a member of the Carthaginian court. His spirit will be venerated, and his deeds will be remembered. Oh, if you can just give me a second. I know I'm kind of late in finishing already, but I just need a minute. Forgot to set aside something that I needed to get through. So one question I was meaning to ask, and this might be one that I want to... I'll ask this a few times over the course of the week. But if I were to do so lately, or not lately, but the last couple of reading streams I've done have been short works, so short stories or other, other things that can basically be done in one session. And then in the case of Animal Farm, I think we got done in one go. And I know in the case of 1984, that took 3 sessions. But generally, the works have been fairly short. Now, one of the things that's been coming up now, because we've been going through the scenarios and because we've been reading a lot of the events, there's been a lot of references to Herodotus lately. Herodotus is a considerably longer work, but obviously it's from ancient Greece, so it's, it is something that's... it is something that is, like, there are at least some translations which are available for free. And I'm curious, if I were to maybe not replace a streaming day, but if I were to do a stream where we would go through sections of Herodotus over time, would that be of interest? Or is the fact that it would be a regular thing which, may require some commitment in order to sort of follow the narrative, would that be difficult in a live form? You don't need to answer right away, but if you would be interested in that, or if you think it would maybe be a little too much, but you would like to see reading in a more short form, I'd definitely be interested in feedback like that, because I have sort of had an intention to read some more ancient works, but the thing is, if it's only for me, I'm perfectly content in reading that on my own time, not necessarily subjecting everyone to that. I feel like I should be moving my courage up. -3 courage is not a good state to be in. Mathematicians from Fez come before the court and to present a recent breakthrough. They suspect that this important work may have many valuable applications. How shall we reward them? We can add them to the court for a court scholar, or we can get them to continue their research. I'm going to go for continuing research. See, if I would do that, I would probably... The drawback I have on the Aeneid is that I really like... So most of the time when I work with those texts, I really like Robert Fagel's translations, and I don't think those are in the public domain. I'm not opposed to reading it, but I'd probably need to take a minute and find something that's, like, pleasurable to read. Because, like, this is the thing. Like, you can absolutely read some translations that are just... not dreadful, but like they're really dry. They're really tough to read out loud. But my hope is actually to do something that's not fiction. Like if I would do the Aeneid, then I presumably would want to do the Iliad. In fact, I haven't done the Odyssey. I've never read the Odyssey, as much as I love classics. So I feel like there's 2 stories that I would want to do before. The other drawback is I really love Metamorphoses, but the Charles Martin translation, again, it's not in public domain, so... Okay, instability in Persia. The Persian king who conquered Egypt, son of Cyrus the Great, is dead. Succession has not been smooth. The king's brother is also dead. The new Persian king, named Darius, has proved to be an able commander. Word from arriving merchant ships varies in the number of uprisings and rebellions that have already been put down. Some say 12, some say twice that. All agree, however, that Darius has won every battle against those who resist his claim to the throne of Persia. Although the implications of Persian politics remain unclear in regard to the future of Carthage, this pattern is long familiar. Strong kings win many battles and expand their rule over many territories, while weak kings falter and may see their nation or empire collapse from as little as a single defeat. Our advisors in court see a way to take advantage of this news by pointing out the long and growing history of stability in Carthage's lines of succession. I'll just read the top on this one. Darius the Great. Darius I, commonly known as Darius the Great, was a Persian ruler who served as the 3rd king of kings in the Achaemenid Empire, reigning from 522 BCE until his death in 486 BCE. He ruled the empire at its territorial peak, when it included much of Western Asia, parts of the Balkans, Thrace, Macedonia, and Paeonia, and the Caucasus, most of the Black Sea's coastal region, Central Asia, the Indus Valley in the Far East, and portions of North Africa and Northeast Africa, including Egypt, Eastern Libya, and coastal Sudan. Darius ascended the throne by overthrowing the legitimate Achaemenid monarch Bardiya, whom he later fabricated to be an impostor named Gaumata. The new king met with rebellions throughout his kingdom and quelled them each time. A major event in Darius's life was his expedition to subjugate Greece and punish Athens and Eritrea for their participation in the Ionian Revolt. Although his campaign ultimately resulted in failure at the Battle of Marathon, he succeeded in the resubjugation of Thrace and expanded the Achaemenid Empire through his conquests of Macedon, the Cyclades, and the island of Naxos, as well as the sacked Greek city of Eretria. Darius organized the empire by dividing it into administrative provinces that were governed by satraps. He organized the Achaemenid coinage as a new uniform monetary system and made Aramaic a co-official language of the empire alongside Persian. He also put the empire in better standing by building roads and introducing standard weighing and measuring systems. Through these changes, the Achaemenid Empire became centralized and unified. Darius worked on other construction projects throughout the empire, primarily focusing on Susa, Pasargade, Persepolis, Babylon, and Egypt. He had the cliff face of Behistun inscription carved at Mount Behistun to record his conquests, which would later become an important testimony of the Old Persian language. Darius is mentioned in the books of Haggai, Zechariah, and Ezra Nehemiah of the Hebrew Bible. So, +4 legitimacy, Carthage is more stable than other empires. Death of a spymaster. Spymaster Abadsir the Scientist, our spymaster, has died in office. So, it's always going to be some costs. Himilco is the least... let's be honest here, the unhappiness the discontent is a problem, but... no viable candidate. I need to remember to read that closer, because it does actually tell you, it says with jobs, so... okay. As always, we want to focus on workers. So they finished their repairs. Let's heal them up. This worker... I think we said we were going to put cold baths here. So Carthago Nova, again, is probably going to be the source of the settlers when the time comes. I'm not opposed to building a library here, but surely we have more raw resources than we could be developing. You know what? I'm okay with an Odeon. Okay, workers are taken care of. I'll probably wind up promoting them as well, but... Nope, that doesn't work, because they're not in friendly territory to heal. Alright. Makes me a little sad, but... Okay, there's some semblance of order coming in here. I probably should have had maybe a little more ambition in terms of getting people on like the Balearic Islands and such. Now, as far as stragglers are concerned, we've got 1 axeman, 1 spearman, and oh, sorry, 4 units. So, oh god, I haven't been moving these guys at all. Okay, that's fine though, because the slingers also probably want to move. Actually, you know, come to think of it, the scouts, I probably want to move through the fog of war so I can finally get an idea of what the Numidian territory looks like. Alright, so we've got an apprentice philosopher. Again, I want to take advantage of citizens where I can. Miner is probably my highest priority right now. Regius, again, we've got extra citizens, so let's go for the special resources first. I'll take in a... Nope, actually we need miners still. Hang on. There are more intelligent places I can put miners. Ones that will expand my territory are worth their weight in gold right now, or at least iron. Greece has got a lot of orders, so if there is a war, we're in deep trouble. More confident than ever in the face of danger, Prince Hanno the Naturalist, your son, has gained +1 courage. Okay, we've got hydraulics now. Now, if I just keep following what the game I mean, that's fine, but it's the game that's kind of playing. So they're recommending monasticism, there's the Temple of Baal Hammon. We do get to pick between monotheism and polytheism. God, it's tough. I think I am going to go for monasticism just because it does get me a free extra draw. Now, I'll confess I'm a little surprised that we actually built a settler, but I don't hate that happened. So let's get them in position first. So maybe I don't want to just serve them up for free to the barbarians, but... Okay, there's a worker in Igligli. Yeah, I think this camp makes sense. Alright, now I think they were supposed to be working Carthage, so let's get them on the mine. Okay. Things are looking up. This is going to be a long journey for this guy. Okay. I'll confess I'm a little surprised I can't level this guy up. But I am happy enough to promote them. Things are coming up System Chalk House. Won't go that far, but they're the biggest thing is just I am like, so I'm one of the unique features of old world or older order system, and it's something that, like, even though I'm quite a bit more comfortable with the game than when I started playing, or even playing it, it's absolutely one of these things that can creep up on you. And so you can sort of see, right, the swings of the different priorities. And the really important thing to remember, right, is that, like, when I take a look at the Greek turns, they're at something like 43 actions or something like that. Now, 12 of my actions are dedicated towards improvement construction, but I mean, that's so that we can, you know, have an even stronger empire to work from. And again, we take a look at these details. they still count as stronger. So even though we've got a technological edge, we will lose a fight with them. And we're absolutely, like, we're not even close to the kind of improvements we need to make to be able to get to a point to take them on. Like, that's going to be a very long-term project to try and make, make life comfortable for us in the... Oh, I forgot to give... There we go. Everybody's got the luxuries that way they want, which is good. It's going to be a multi-year. We're already halfway through the scenario, so maybe we can get by with being good at talking and avoid the wrath of the Greeks. But in this case here, like, I've sort of had to refactor almost the turns. So when we're trying to take out the Berbers, we're only focusing on that. Like, we're trying to take out every last unit that we can find, even at the expense of doing improvements. And notice that, like, the economy for iron just collapsed when we did that. Whereas now, we're sort of kind of having it both ways. Like, we're trying to move our military units to where we need them, but on the other hand, we're also, I'm also getting my improvements done. One thing I've neglected, I've got so much discontent in all of my different cities, and that is something I'm eventually going to have to deal with. So a lot of cities with 4, for instance, and that's just going to mean that there are things that I need to build, or there are things that I don't build in order to deal with the discontent and such. But again, these are things that are manageable. Also, if I really want to be nasty, I can try and buy up a bunch of Numidian units. But I have a feeling if I try to do that, I am going to be in some serious trouble. So we'll play nice for as long as we can. Anyways, we finished a moat. As always, if I can, it's good to focus on... Actually, we have a lot of citizens, so... Boastful heir. The royal family of Greece visits the court. During a feast, Princess Nicaspolus, the compassionate of Greece, makes a shocking boast about how much better a ruler she will be one day. Tyrant Galon the Great of Greece chides her for her brashness and turns to us for support. What do we say? Nicaspolus youth reveals her great ignorance. Now that's going to mean that she gets mad at me. Without a doubt, Galon is a laughingstock. I mean, he's 77, so how long can he be? Or you rule well, but so will Princess Nicaspolus, the compassionate of Greece, one day. And because we're charming, we get away with this. So, Duke Armalik has been inspired by his recent visit to the Oracle in Oea. He comes to you overflowing with enthusiasm. What guidance shall we provide? Never let your guard down, or that will become a pillaged ruin. So he's a commerce student. An empire that rules by structure and diligence. Or you wouldn't believe where all that wood came from. Yes. Tactics studies. Now that Duke Bostart has completed his study of tactics, how shall he contribute to the court? So he could be a schemer. No, we will make him a commander for sure. That also suggests that I probably want to marry him off. Yes, but we're going to have to wait next turn. How you doing, Tiberiosity? How is Mech Warrior? And I wasn't familiar with the other game that you mentioned. Stop hurting my workers. Your doctors and diviners have warned you that the end is near. Time to get your affairs in order. And Zenex, 1,212th of their name. I want you to scheme. We need to scheme how to start a revolution. Well, I mean, I can actually start a revolution in Greece. It's just very likely to be discovered. So King Asdrubal the Fountainhead has tutored Duke Butterstart in proving his wisdom. Duke Butterstart +1 wisdom. Duke Butterstart is at home in the hills and mountains. He is a Highlander. Okay, how long until we've got the... Oh yeah, 1 year. So we will finish... Our very last action will be to complete our great ambition of the mine. All right, we'll move here after all. So clearly I need to do something about these raiders, but I'm not in the best... I'm not really in the best state to work with this, to be honest. I think I'm just going to put them in the city to make them safe. Clearly we want to try and get some units in place to... Oh yes, sorry, we wanted marriage. So you've got a wife, right? You need a wife. So apparently we still want to make people happy, make nice with the Barkids. Now it says I can be tutored, but again, I'm going to die before the tutoring's done, so there's no point in trying that. I believe there is an equivalent to stealing taxes in this game, Tiberiosity. Okay, let's... God, I keep hitting the wrong buttons on the... If you like, I don't know, Xenex, if you've seen a lot of Old World, but if you like stories like that, there's quite a bit in the game. If that's something you're interested in. Okay, we can't quite make it there. It's a bit of a balancing act to try and free up the spaces. Okay, we're obviously not going to make it where we need. Where can I land you? Nowhere interesting. I can move you 1 tile. There we go. Perfect. Okay, we made a treasury. We've got a citizen available now, so as much as I would like the miner, we should do the gardener for the incense. Gaddies, we finished the walls. Farmer seems to be a more sensible choice here. Actually, we can go both farmer and fisher. And that is the end of the... You're in love with history, love tales like this, and what you're doing in Greece. So yeah, I don't know if you... I'm sorry, I can't remember. I think you came in with Tiberiosity. My apologies if I got that wrong, but we had a fun one. You know, almost certainly not true, but the story of using cats as shields so that the Egyptians would not fire arrows on the Persians, which is, in my opinion, a story too good to check. That was definitely a fun one. I'm sorry that they did not include that as part of the event. You've completed a goal, build a mine over a source of silver. Haha! Great Ziggurat has been completed by Greece. Reports of a tribal raid from a Numidian encampment near Igligli. The Ishtard Gate has been completed by Carthage. King Hasdrubal, the Fountainhead, governor of Carthage, has died in office. Prince Bodstart Gades is now the head of the Didonian family. Prince Bodstart of Gades has converted to Carthaginian paganism, and Governor Balhano, minister, is converted to Carthaginian paganism. So much stuff to do. A new marriage proposal from the Barkids has arrived to for your brother, Prince Bodstart of Gades. What is our answer? So, Bodstart is next in line. He's 20 years old. We can get a 25-year-old hero, but not very wise, or a 25-year-old scholar. So, Phyrus of Hadramentum it is. The richest city. With our acquisition of silver for Carthage, we are about to become a powerful independent nation, much more than a colony of Tyre. Carthage stands on its own feet, both as a growing military empire and now also as the dominant trading center of the Mediterranean Sea. Yet this is only the beginning. Let us build our wealth and amass 20,000 units of money. If we reach this goal within a century of the siege of Tyre, we won't even need to conquer our neighbors. They will gladly submit their tributes to us in order to gain access to our markets. Jesus! All right. Let's crunch the numbers. I don't actually have my I don't have a phone beside me, so we've got 40 turns left, let's say. So if I did nothing, we would generate 23,160 at our current rate. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to find other ways of earning money faster. But that is an example of the economic power that we currently wield. One thing that might be interesting is for me to start selling off my surpluses in stone and possibly wood, to try and drive the price down over time, and that'll also help me build up my savings. Anyways. Oh wow, we're getting our last two goals here. Okay, as the silver flows from the productive mine now under our control, so must flow the wealth of the entire region. We need only to decide our next priority. What shall it be? The oligarchs have weighed in with their opinions, of course. The Barkid clan desire that we catch enough fish to feed every oarsman in our navy. A man does not row well on an empty stomach. The Navinidis crave the finest luxuries to sell in their shops. Wine for the men, incense for the temples, olives for every home cook's pot. The Hanoid clan speak on behalf of the common citizenry, the laborers in particular. We need to bolster our grain production with imports from Iberia. None should go hungry in Carthage. The Didonian clan craves the finest marble. Even our most mundane buildings would be as palaces before the eyes of visiting merchants. Bolster our reputation in order to fill our coffers. So, riders cast nets over 15 sources of fish. Artisans obtain wines, incense, and 4 sources of olives. I think we're really close to... and statesmen build quarries over 4 sources of marble. I wish there was a really easy way of... so can I save on this? Yeah. So what I want to do here is I actually want to see... because I don't have a good... Well, okay, actually, before I say that, let's see if the game gives me something that will give me a breakdown of my resources. That is such a shame that there isn't a way of me being able to sort of get a full account of my... Yeah, that's definitely not what I wanted to do, but fair enough. Let's pick... So it's I do like the idea of Macemen. That's going to be an even stronger anti-infantry unit. So battle line it is. Death of a governor. King Hasdrubal the Fountainhead. Governor of Carthage has died in office. Again, traditionally we've put... There's not even a good strategy reason for it. It's just what I always wind up doing, so... Okay, so salt, gems, fur, wine, dyes, pearls. We have no olives? Are you kidding me? Oh, right, because we don't have workers on them. So we've got 1, 2... Where the hell else would we get the other olives? Man, we're really close to being able to achieve that goal. Now, marble... End of an era. King Hasdrubal the Fountainhead has died. We met his passing with hushed voices and heavy hearts. Bear the way of King Hanno the New, heir to the throne of Carthage. Long live King Hanno the New. Actually, you know what? Sorry. I'm gonna take a second here. I'm making too many choices. I'm actually just going to... What I'm going to do is I'm going to select the different options, and then I want to actually just see what the game is measuring for me. Because at this point I just like the shortest distance possible to a win. Because again, it's amazing that we don't have a military objective that we need to fight. Because like if we can get the resources that we need, I don't even mind just emptying the storehouses for like food and stuff like that to be able to earn as much money as we can. To get to the objective, right? So we'll see. Like I may be overstating it a little bit. Oh, really? Okay. I guess I don't have that option. All right. Well, let's lock ourselves into the options then. Okay. So if we go 15 sources of fish. Oh. A fish for every oarsman. As desired by the Barkid family, we have caught nearly every fish in the sea, so numerous are our fishing nets now. Your economy rivals that of major powers, minus 20 opinion. Goal finish, nets on 15 sources of fish. Excellent, we are on our way to becoming a mighty nation. King Hasdrubal the Fountainhead has died. We met his passing with hushed voices and heavy hearts. So this is the thing I was trying to say. I said, I'm pretty sure that I'm getting close to that fish number. I still want to get the extra luxuries, but... you know, we're in decent shape. Long live King Hanno the New. All three noble families have requested to plan your coronation festivities. By tradition, the host will present you with a gift that represents the family's values as a reminder of their goodwill. Which family's gift will you accept? So the Navinidis are the least, we've got the lowest reputation with right now. So let us accept the Navinidis Feast of Exotic Dishes. That gets me food. Barkids will give me culture. You know what? I am going to go for the... Well... Nah, we'll go for the Navinidis Feast. Patrons of culture in Panormus plan a poetry contest to sing the praises of their remarkable city. They would like their governor, Governor Kamar the Younger, to participate. What should he do? Overcome his fears and recite his own poetry. Attend anonymously to better appreciate the beauty, or judge the lyrical merits of each entry. Let's overcome his fears. The Ishtar Gate, it is done. Around the inner city of Oea, the Ishtar Gate stands guard over the most sacred of routes, the processional way, an important part of the New Year celebrations. An inscription on the gate says how the workers thus adorned them with luxurious splendor so that mankind might gaze on them in wonder, and how wondrous they are. The clay bricks are glazed with a brilliant blue hue and covered with reliefs of bulls, dragons, lions, and other sacred animals. These gates will stand as a testament to our people for all time. With this wonder, my legacy will endure. Is there one spirit with many faces, or a single divine entity? Our mystics wish to know if the truth lies in monotheism or polytheism. So, monotheism, reduction to civics, but +1 order a year. Ooh. Okay, well, I'll go through the rest of this. Religious intercession. Patriarch Gisco of Igligli feels that Duchess Roman the Righteous's zealotry for the faith of Carthaginian paganism has been waning recently. He would like to intercede on your behalf and thereby help to improve your relationship with Duchess Roman the Righteous. Shall Gisco set out on this intercession religion mission? Yes. Time passes quickly. Duchess Birich is growing up fast and eager to learn. How would you like to educate Birich? Is that a commerce politician? We'll make another philosopher. Okay, I really want to wrap this up, but we are looking for money, so I'm going to make a move on one of the silver mines again. Right, so we're looking for monotheism or polytheism. So let's see if we can build a shrine in each city. I think we'll go monotheism in this case. There's only one true god. Can we adopt a state religion yet? Okay. Put my my wife in charge. This is good, actually. We don't have any cities without governors at this point. Okay, cool. This is actually going to be a really good spot to start the next stream on. I'm already an hour and a half past where I wanted to go. Like, there's definitely there's a version of this where I could have. I probably could have finished the scenario tonight. What I will do. So just to double check that I can't get away with this. Oh my god, is this gonna work? Oh, that is so darn close. Clearly we are not clearing out the treasury next turn. But yeah, essentially it's just a question of getting the 20,000, and we can get our epic win on the second scenario for the Rise of Carthage. Now, my intention is to keep going with Old World. Again, I enjoy this game, and I'm very grateful that I was given the opportunity to stream this. It is worth remembering that the next scenario is the Rise of Rome, and it is, I mean, so historically, if you're familiar with it, this is a scenario in which Carthage loses, so we are going to try and do some alternate history. But on top of it, the game actually goes out of the way to say that the goals are very tough. So at minimum, I expect that I will not be able to achieve the epic victory. So, you know, in this scenario, you're fighting a war against a powerful opponent. Historically, Carthage lost the war, and accordingly, this scenario is more challenging than the first two. Some goals may be very tough to accomplish. Seizing Destiny, which was this. Oh, yes, this is Hannibal. So, I did say it was the Punic Wars. It's 2 scenarios. So, I may go back to Heroes of the Aegean. So, building a hegemony is considerably difficult. And I'm hoping that maybe I will have learned some lessons militarily by the time when by the time I return to here as the Aegean. But I definitely feel like, so the learn to play tutorial is good. I actually definitely think probably the way to get into Old World is the learn to play, at minimum the Rise of Carthage scenario, and then you go into the single player game, either using a world map or whatever procedurally generated map they'll do out of it. But I don't know. I'm liking this. I'm not sure when I'll wrap up for Old World, but I mean, again, traditionally Monday's been a strategy day. I don't think there's anything wrong with keeping with it as long as everybody enjoys this. As far as plans for the rest of the week are concerned, we are going to be back to Phantom Brigade on Wednesday. I noticed that there is a new update, so I'm actually not 100% sure what's in that update though. So it's going to be a little bit of a, I don't know, an adventure. But I mean, I obviously really like Phantom Brigade, so I'm quite certain that I will have a good time with it. On Friday, we've been doing Out There. I always reserve the right to do something different. Chances are, if I do something different, that will be. Sorry, I'm just taking a second here to try and find somebody to host. Okay. But yeah, so if you were here for Old World, next week, I'm probably not going to get the scenario done quickly. What's probably going to happen is I'm going to naturally get to 20,000, and that's just because you can take your save and put that into the next entry. So the last thing I want to do is empty my treasury, only to find out that there's actually, there's a big disadvantage to like getting rid of all of my stockpiles. So sure, I'll sell off some of the food and all of that. I'm not going to be a complete, pain about it, but I'm not gonna like rush to the ending just in case I'm shooting myself in the foot. But yeah, so that'll be next week. This Wednesday we're going to be doing Phantom Brigade. Again, that'll be a new update, but I don't think that will affect the well, actually it might reset the insurgency now that I think of it. Well, we'll find out. I'll take a look at the patch notes. And then Friday, I did say last week that I was thinking of doing Quake, and I kind of feel like doing Quake on Friday again, but again, it kind of depends on how the mood takes me. I am very interested in where Out There is going. We've definitely had some interesting stuff happen, so I'm not opposed to jumping back into that again. And I'll announce on Twitter when I made my decision in terms of what we're playing. But there's not anybody playing Old World, unfortunately, so what I am going to do is I'm going to host the Wolf Aerok. So the Wolf Aerok, I don't know that well. I actually know them as a mod for Outworld, but they're very friendly. And in this case, I think they're playing a racing game. They tend to be a retro streamer, but they'll play a little bit of everything. They usually wind up playing with a friend. I think they're on their own tonight. But yeah, I feel like they're a reasonably safe option. I know sometimes my hosts haven't been the most I try and give people a chance, but I think, what was it? Industries of Titan, I feel like it was somebody who like their mic was lower than the game, and I could sort of half hear them say, yeah, but I'm not going to change it. And it's like, okay, but like, could you maybe be something that the people I just sent you would enjoy watching? I could have hosted somebody else. So, but what do you do, right? You just don't host people who are a bit of a drag to host again. I tend to find that's the better way. But the Wolf Aerok has definitely been somebody who's been very fun to interact with in Outworld's chat. I do get a chance to interact with him every once in a while on his stream, so hopefully you all have a good time. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Takri, Algorins, Zenex1212, Talrea the Best, Tiberiosity, who are some of the others? Immortal Validity, I think you were in here, Ascanius, Rouge Light Girl, Olaf, if you're still around. I know it's super late if you are. And of course, all the lurkers. I always hate trying to do name by name because I feel like I forget. And just because you chatted doesn't necessarily mean that that's the only contribution you can make. So thank you very much. Have a nice time in the Wolf Aerox, and we'll see you Wednesday.